coming online.
Mike Griffiths here, going on mute.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Ashcraft, are you on the line?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I just need to close the blinds, I think.
Patrick came online, Katie.
Sorry, what did you say, Rob?
Patrick joined too.
Yeah, I see Patrick, and then there's one more.
Councilman Chen here.
Hi, Councilman. I think is Councilman Matisse on the line as well?
I sure am.
Great, okay.
I'll do sound check in 3 minutes, Michael, at 5:25. Check.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the June 9th, 2020 Torrance City Council meeting. I call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
And Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator. A closed session on this matter is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957.6. We will return at 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of June 9th, 2020. We have been in the executive session. Mr. Jackson, is there anything to report?
No, there is not, Your Honor.
Thank you. As I said, good evening, folks. Tonight, the City Council and I continue with our 11th web-based telemeeting. We appreciate your patience during these unprecedented times. Our city staff and our city cable team continue to improve how we can carry on the business of our city while allowing residents and community members to participate in the process during the safe at home orders. The Council and I have tested and trained in advance to make these meetings as functional as possible. We are exploring ways to allow citizens to meet and discuss the issues affecting our community face-to-face so that when the time arrives, we are prepared to begin City Council meetings with a new normal. Your participation remains important. It is great to see the participation grow week to week. Thank you to those of you who have submitted emails by this afternoon's deadline of 4 p.m. They've all been forwarded to the Council as supplemental material and will certainly be considered and entered into the public record as we proceed. And for those of you tuning in, because of the challenges faced in this Council format, we will dedicate time for general orals at the end of the meeting by telephone call-in. You can participate by calling in the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and it will be displayed on the screen periodically throughout the meeting. Please be patient when calling in and state the agenda number you are calling about. The 3-minute rule may apply, but we may have to modify the time according to how many people are calling in. Last week, we had an inordinate number of people call in, and unfortunately, a lot of people didn't get an opportunity to be heard. So we're going to try our best, and we may have to modify some of the time. But you will be disconnected automatically at the end of your allotted time. Please speak immediately when prompted. There is a delay in the broadcast, so try not to follow what you may be hearing on the broadcast, whether it's on TV, internet, or Facebook. On behalf of the City Council, I want to say how proud we are of the community's response. You have, from the very beginning, taken health advisory guidelines seriously. You have adjusted to the world of homeschooling and staying at home. You have stepped forward to volunteer and help those in need. You've been patient as the city tries to provide services under these challenging conditions. Thank you, and now on to some legal disclosures. Tonight, the City Council is conducting this City Council meeting under a national, state, and city state of emergency. Our Council meetings will be conducted in a video telephonic conference. The Council members will interact through a conference interface. This procedure is in conformance with the Governor of California's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended portions of the Brown Act relating to meetings by teleconference or other electronic means. The Executive Order requires that members of the public are allowed to observe and address the meetings telephonically or otherwise electronically. Again, during the live broadcast, the public may participate by telephone by calling 310-618-2404. City Clerk, have emails received before 4 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. We'll proceed with the agenda. The next item on the agenda is a flag salute led by Councilmember Chen, followed by a non-sectarian invocation by Councilmember Goodrich. Councilmember Chen, I turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. For those of you who are able to stand and face the flag, please join with me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Did some searching, and I found what I think to be an appropriate invocation given the times and the strife that our country has faced over the last week to 2 weeks here. It is a Mi'kmaq prayer, a Native American tribe from the Northeast and First Nation of Canada. Creator, open our hearts to peace and healing between all people. Creator, open our hearts to provide and protect for all children of the earth. Creator, open our hearts to respect for the earth and all the gifts of the earth. Creator, open our hearts to end exclusion, violence, and fear among all. Thank you for the gifts of this day and every day.
Thank you. The next item is a report of the city clerk on the post of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, June 4th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Councilmember Goodrich, so moved.
Councilman Griffith, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a reminder that the 2020 census is still accepting submissions online, by phone, or by mail. To submit online, please visit 2020census.gov. Why does the 2020 census matter? Your responses determine congressional representation and helps to establish hundreds of billions in funding. Over the next decade, lawmakers will use data gathered in the census to make very important decisions. These decisions will affect our communities, schools, programs, new roads, services for families, and much, much more. To make sure the right decisions are made, we need to make sure everyone responds to the census. If you would like more information on how the 2020 census can help shape your community, please visit 2020census.gov. Let's help shape our community's future by ensuring that Torrance residents reach a 100% participation rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to request for the City Council to consider recognition of Andrew Valverde, a North High student, for his selection as the Gatorade California Boys Soccer Player of the Year. This award recognizes Andrew's outstanding athletic excellence in addition to his academic achievement and exemplary character demonstrated on and off the field. I would appreciate your consideration of this recognition for an upcoming council meeting.
Seeing no objections, I think we'll be bringing that back.
Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda would be community matters. There's none scheduled. Consent calendar, there's none scheduled. So we will move on to item 9, administrative matters. If any members of the public want to speak on items 9A through 9I, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once per agenda item. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. 9A is from the City Manager and Finance to review proposed revisions to fiscal year 2020 to 2021 of the 2-year 2019-21 operating budget. Does staff have a presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Leroy Jackson. Normally, we return at the second-year budget. We adopt 2-year budgets, and we come back on the second to make minor modifications and changes. This year, with the stay-at-home order, the City of Torrance received significant impacts for the last quarter of 2019-20 and sees themselves in a severe loss of revenue moving into 21. With that in mind, the City Council approved a methodology of balancing our current year and asked us to come back with a plan of action to address the shortfall in the coming fiscal year. Our department heads have worked very hard to take a look and restructure given the substantial loss of revenues that we're facing. I'm very proud of their efforts. their strategies, and the items that have been brought forward to you. Tonight, we're going to discuss what we're not going to do and what we're going to do to help bring us into balance in that second-year budget. You'll be hearing what our plans of action are and laid out before you for your discussion and review, and hopefully then for your input as to what we can return to you by next week with, so that you can adopt that second-year budget modifications and put them into place. With that in mind, then, I'd turn the item over to the Finance Director, Eric Tsao, to walk you through what we are recommending. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. This is Eric Tsao, the City's Finance Director. Tonight will be the first of two budget workshops for you to hear. With that, I'll begin with the presentation. So the City Manager proposal that's in front of you tonight is directly related to the projected deficit related to the second year of the two-year operating budget, which is the fiscal year 2021, which begins this July. As we talked before, the range of our shortfall in revenues is roughly between $21 to $25 million a year. The document before you includes base budget updates. It also includes what we think are the projected revenues or the impact to the COVID-19 pandemic has done to our revenues or the local Torrance economy. As you know, the situation changes daily, and so it is the projection or the budget before you is presented as information as we know as of now, but as you know, the situation may change tomorrow, next week, and so forth. Next slide, please. So as we talk about the economic shutdown, there has been very deep tax declines, which represent about 60% of the Torrance sales tax base. No surprise, as when we went to stay-at-home orders, retail malls, restaurants, travel, transportation, durable goods all took a major reduction in activity, and thus also had an adverse effect on our sales tax revenues to the city. As the economy returns, and revenues will improve, we know that some of the economy has given the green light to return, and so as more and more retail establishments start opening, as restaurants start opening, et cetera, we will see revenues return to Torrance, and they will improve. However, it's going to be volatile, and the timeline will be unpredictable. But we do anticipate in a year the city will be better in position than it is today, and we will be able to readjust the reduction scenarios presented by police and the fire departments. Next slide. So this is just a quick chart of our top revenues, which are sales tax, property tax, utility users tax, occupancy tax, business license tax, and other. And so you can see where we think the impact to our revenues will be in the coming fiscal year. So we expect sales tax to be down 14%, basically down 14 to 16% in the top three, and the top two revenues, sales tax and UT. Property tax, fortunately, is not impacted because it's not really subject to what's happening in COVID. It's based on assessed value, and we don't think that's going to change dramatically over the next year. Occupancy tax, of course, no surprise. We're probably down a quarter. Basically, the travel industry has been hit immensely, and so we do foresee a large decrease there. Business license tax, et cetera, and so that's where we expect to be roughly about $21 million shy of our revenue projections originally presented in last May. So before tonight, we propose balancing the budget over a phased approach, and it includes budget mitigations, department reductions as submitted for non-safety, because at this time the city manager is recommending to defer any action on police and fire departments at this time, and then also deferring raises and also freezing the vacancies that we currently have. Next slide. So basically, as you know, we did delay the budget presentation by 1 week till today, mainly due to some other activities happening locally in the area and in Torrance. As you know, on top of COVID-19, we had some civil unrest And so we were occupied with that, and we were focused on those and handling that during the last week or so. So at this time, as I mentioned before, the city manager is recommending to defer, at least temporarily, formal action on the submissions submitted by both departments for fire and police. This will allow us more time for analysis. It also allow us to meet with the police and fire labor groups that are affected and ask them to consider deferment of the negotiated wage packages that have deferred the wage packages between 6 to 12 months. And if that is successful, that could generate savings of roughly $1.5 to $3 million. And as the economy begins to recover, albeit slowly, whether it's a V-shaped recovery, some people throw it a W recovery, whatever the shape is going to be, we know that there's a good likelihood that our revenues will start returning and be better than we are today. And so then those submissions from police and fire and all the departments of their reduction scenarios can be readdressed as revenues return to the city. Next slide. So in front of you tonight, this is just kind of a summary. Projected shortfall is roughly about $21.8 million. Tonight we will be talking about some mitigating factors, pension obligation bonds, franchise fees for the enterprise funds, waste hauler fees, some fee recovery in the recreation and culture area, which basically equal about $8 million. And then we had department reductions excluding safety, roughly about $6.1, $6.2 million. And then depending on where, when we negotiate or talk to police and fire unions, if we can defer their raises, that's between $1 and $3 million. And then we currently have vacancy lists that we would rely on for closing the gap, or roughly anywhere between using $4.6 million to $6.1 million of the frozen positions to get us down to basically a rebalanced budget for the 2021 fiscal year. Next slide. At this time, the city manager is not recommending, and I repeat, not recommending, or elimination or considering eliminating at this time, the crossing guard program, animal control program, in-car cameras and body-worn cameras, the coyote management program, the amounts that we give or subsidize the Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation, which is split up between what we give them cash, theater labor, in-kind support, etc. The Armed Forces Day Parade is not being recommended to be eliminated, nor is the Rose Float at this time. We did have one-time savings for, of course, the 4th of July and the Armed Forces Day Parade because they were canceled because of the COVID-related issues. So here's another graph in front of you. It kind of shows for the 18-19 fiscal year, the current 19-20 fiscal year, and the 2021. And basically there's 3 bars. So the first bar shows us what was budgeted. And when we did our budget in 19 was $204 million for the general fund. And when we passed the budget last May, it showed a $206 million revenue budget growing to $212 million in the 2021 fiscal year. And so then we look at our actual projection or actual revenues in 19, we were shy about $8 million. And then we see that the $20 million shortfall in 1920, and then we show, again, the shortfall in 2021. And then we also did the third bar just as a reality check, as a cash basis. And so it does show going from 197 down to 193 and then 185 because cashes will be affected that first quarter in the 2021 fiscal year. Next slide, please. So we asked departments to submit their department reductions. Here is a summary of the chart in front of you today. As police and fire were originally recommended or asked, we were asked them to reduce their budget as modified, $5.2 million and $2.4 million, which we are deferring, again, recommending at this time, deferring formal action on those reduction scenarios. And here is kind of showing you the rest of the departments, how they submitted their reduction scenarios to us and to the city manager. And so roughly that's the $5.6 million, and also from the non-general fund. And the reason why we included these funds because they do receive a subsidy or funds from the general fund to balance. And so we show that there, and we have the total reductions of roughly $6.2 million. Okay, next slide. this slide here is showing another summary of the forecasted deficit mitigations. Again, it's a different way of looking at it. We show the $8 million in mitigations, again, the department reductions, and again, the police and fire with deferral, and we again bring back to zero. Right? Again, this is a different way of looking at it. This is a percentage of total budget. We did not ask departments to reduce as a total of their budget. We asked them to reduce a certain amount of their variable costs because certain costs were fixed, and we just couldn't reduce those areas. And so it shows where, the city clerk roughly is the largest, but because it's a relatively small budget, their reduction scenario came to, and you can see in the blue bar, $128,000, and we can see, council and so forth going all the way down to what police and fire, we roughly asked about 5.7 and 4.9%. Okay. And these slides will be posted to our website for people to review at a later time. Next slide. This shows the vacancies by department. This chart shows it's the full-time equivalent. And basically, so what a full-time equivalent is basically if you have two part-time people working 6 months apiece, that would be one full-time equivalent. This is particularly true in our community services where we employ a lot of part-time employees. And so we can see that so basically 132 vacant positions, full-time equivalents in the city currently, and roughly that the number of people just slightly more than 134. So that kind of shows where, and roughly if you analyze the vacancy list, it roughly saves, or by not filling it, it saves our budget roughly $15.8 million. Next slide. And this is another way of looking at it. The vacancies of the department, we show by department the specific position, the full-time equivalent, and then basically the net reduction value of the value of those positions should those positions be eliminated or vacant. And we can see the different departments. It's just several pages. I will not go into detail of each one. Again, these slides will be posted to our website. Next slide. So we are recommending a phased approach, and we split the approach into three different phases. The first phase is basically savings or efficiencies that we think we can realize pretty close to July 1st. Maybe July 1st, maybe August, but it's basically in the first 2 to 3 months, or at least that first quarter, we think we can achieve some of these numbers. And that's the department reductions or non-safety we would implement. That's worth about $5.6 million. If we get concessions through the meet and confer process, through police and fire, that can generate some dollars there. The CAC recreation and some one-time savings. Phase 2 would be past that first phase, or at least include some of that, but basically during the fiscal year. During the 2021 fiscal year, we think we can realize these amounts, the budget mitigations, the majority of them, of 7.8 or 8 of the $8 million we are projecting, and the remainder of the department reductions. And then phase 3 would be beyond the next fiscal year, the 2021. It'd be 21, 22, and those are basically because we in order to implement, we need to see some attritions happen, and maybe expect some other people to either those positions become vacant through retirement or through some other means. Next slide. There are several restructures or reorganizations, we call them, in the proposals. The animal control and coyote management. One of them, we're looking to move from their current location in police department and move it to a different department, community services, and these may achieve budget efficiencies. Creating an admin analyst pool, we think there could be savings of roughly $110,000. We do have advertising on our bus shelters and throughout the city. We would like to move that from the transit to cable fund, which we think is in more of their expertise area, and we think that could generate about $200,000. There's some changes in the city manager / HR area, can generate about $550,000 restructuring efficiencies, and then communications or CIT into two departments, finance and general service, we think can generate roughly about $320,000 annually. Next slide. Some of our budget mitigations that I talked a little about before is we think we can generate about $8 million. We think if we go forward and do pension obligation bonds, we think the timeline to realize that savings would happen in the fourth quarter of the 20 and 21 fiscal year, which is April through June. The enterprise fund franchise fees, if implemented, would probably begin in April because we usually collect that annually in May. So that would be in that fourth quarter of the fiscal year, or roughly $1.2 million. AB 939 or waste hauler fees would begin probably in April of this coming fiscal year and go through 12 months. And so we typically receive those monies on a quarterly basis. And then should we decide to increase some of our fees and recover additional costs in the recreation and culture area, we think we can start implementing that in January. And it'll be about 12 months to see the full annual impact, roughly about $200,000. Slide. So a little bit about pension obligation bonds. We think there could be substantial savings if the city issued pension obligation bonds. At this time, the staff is recommending roughly looking at using about 62 or 63% of our unfunded liability with CalPERS. And basically what this is, it's if you put simply, it lowers our financing cost. Roughly, we're now through CalPERS, roughly 7%, which is their expected return of investments. And so anything that is unfunded or unfunded liability is basically has a carrying or financing cost at 7%. We think we can be, as we take these bonds to the market, we think the interest cost or total interest cost will be closer to 4%. So that basically that would be 3% savings, basically of every $1 million of unfunded liability. So we think that will generate probably $7 to $7.5 million. We also then would propose taking 20% of those savings to throw into what we call a trust for pensions or further pension costs of about, and so that would equal about $1.5 million a year to set aside for future pension spikes or to mitigate future pension issues. Is basically a sort of savings account for that. And so we think that this, if we were to move forward, we could produce a roughly about $6 million to the general fund of savings. Next slide. So one of the points of the pension obligation bonds, and I like this graph. The orange bar shows where our current rates will be for the unfunded actuarial liability from PERS. So one of the directions that we would always like to do is make sure if we do pension obligation bonds is to keep our debt service always below what the original curve would have been for CalPERS. And that is those are the two line graphs. And we did one at 62.5%, and the other ones would produce a little more savings if we did up to 75% of our unfunded actuarial liability. So we'd always maintain and keep below the current curve. So we always generate some savings. You can see the majority of the savings we generate in the first 14 to 15 years, and then as we reach the hump or the top of the shark's fin, it starts declining normally. Next slide. Franchise fees are also staff is proposing to do. Currently, we have franchise fees we charge to Southern Cal Edison, Southern Cal Gas Company, Cal Water, et cetera. Franchise fee of roughly 2%. And basically, it is a fee charged to enterprise transactions or enterprise operations for the use of the city's right-of-way. So like for Southern Cal Edison, Southern Cal Gas, and Cal Water, they have all their pipelines underneath the city streets. They need to get access to them. They need to have maintenance easements and so forth. And so, not easements, but they have to be able to repair them. They may do street cuts, et cetera. And so, as we look at that, we feel staff could charge 2% franchise fees to the city's operations, such as our water enterprise fund, our refuse fees, and our sewer fund. So, so that if it's at the same rate that we charge other utilities operations, and then we think that can generate roughly about $1.2 million to the general fund. Next slide. We do charge currently a fee for commercial waste haulers to do business inside the city. Currently, that is roughly 13.5% we charge them. As we look at what our neighboring cities or cities around us are charging, and that range anywhere between 9% to up to 25%, which is pretty large. We think that should we increase this by, let's say, 3%, we'd still be in the Midland price range area, and that would generate roughly up to $600,000 in additional revenue to the general fund. So something we'd like to explore also. Next slide. And also to look at basically increase some of our fees that we charge for our classes, events, et cetera, and basically to cover more of the cost that it costs the city to do these things for our residents and so forth. So we think that if we do upped it by 2% or around there, which is minimal, we could generate an additional $200,000 to the general fund. Next slide. And then, like I mentioned before, we did have some one-time savings because of the canceled July 4th and the Armed Forces Day Parade due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So roughly saved us $150,000, $160,000 for the current fiscal year, and so that will help us balance this year. Then something else to note that, as we know, the COVID-19 the pandemic, it will be changing the way we do business. Currently, we are working through to figure out how our classes, recreation programs, et cetera, will be open to the public. How large will those classes be? How do we social distance, et cetera? How do we keep everybody safe, et cetera? So right now, most of our operations in the recreation and the cultural arts have been shuttered, and every 3 months that it's shuttered generates one-time savings of roughly $900,000 to $900,000 roughly for every 3 months. So if we shuttered for 3 months, it's $900,000. Shuttered for 6 months is $1.8 million. And the reason why is because most of all our recreation programs and events and culture arts are highly subsidized by the general fund. Next slide. Here is a slide that just shows our reserve funds in case we had to pull from them to assist us to balance any given one-year budget. And you can see the economic anomaly used to be about $14.5 million. We did draw down $5 million to bring us down to $9.5 million. It just shows kind of the other reserve or one-time funds that we could draw time in case the city had to. Next slide. Additional, if we got into dire straits, we could pull from or borrow from the city's equipment replacement funds, which I've listed here, which roughly total about $17.4 million. And this would be like one-time usage in case we needed to, for cash flow purposes, to rebalance. Next slide. So kind of the formal presentation for the budget workshop number 1 is there. So right now, staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Eric, for a very detailed presentation. I want to let the community know that we did receive, as we mentioned early on, a number of emails and suggestions from the public as well as a number of our employees. We reached out to the people who are on the ground here in the city to give us suggestions as well. And obviously, as we go forward, we're looking at all good suggestions. And as the old saying goes, there are no bad ideas. Every idea that is put forward to us, we'll certainly consider as we go forward, because a balanced budget is mandatory for a city. It's not like the federal government where we could print some money. Oh, wouldn't that be so nice? Do we have any questions from council of our staff? I see Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we start this whole workshop, I pretty much dived through this packet in dire detail quite a bit. I think Eric Chow will attest to that. As I listened to the passage just now, I just want to share that I am very appreciative of our city staff, the entire the staff. I know earlier in Eric's package, he talked about two challenges. I would say there was actually a cyber attack out back on March 1, and for each of these major crises, every department in the city has stepped up. The cyber attack, we kept going with alternate networks, with COVID-19, with Torrance Cares, and everybody stepped up to protect the community. And then the last week and a half with the civil unrest, everybody continued to step up again, especially in the safety part, kept our community and business safe. And I really want to just express my appreciation. And as we go through the exercise, I just want to make sure I ask the question to the city staff that there are a lot of numbers in here, and we look at the proposed budget cuts. There are 0 proposed what we would call the proverbial layoff or furlough. Even though there is, proposed number cuts, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, Councilman Leroy Jackson. The proposed budget uses our vacancies that we acquired by freezing positions. It modifies and changes some of those positions, but there would be no layoffs of permanent position employees or reductions in compensation for those employees in what's proposed at this time.
Great. That's good to hear that, because I know I was receiving a lot of input, and so we are really, everyone who is employed by the city today are still employed, even with the budget discussions we are talking.
With one exception. Seasonal recurrent employees, part-time employees have had reductions in their hours or have been reduced to 0 hours. But all permanent employees are still retained.
Great. Thank you very much, Leroy. And once again, thank you, everybody in the city. Everybody is essential, and I just want to express my thanks for keeping the city going, keeping the city safe, and let's work this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments by council? If not, if there are members of the public who wish to speak under item...
Mayor, you did have a question from Councilman Goodrich.
I'm sorry, I didn't see his hand. I'm sorry, Councilmember Goodrich.
That's all right. For city manager, we had talked about one of the ideas that came from fire department that I was interested in exploring. And can you give a little bit of background on the voluntary donation for the transport services and how that might impact our budget?
Councilman, it may be something that we'll explore in the next several months. It's very complicated and would require a capital investment, substantial capital investment by the city. But again, since we have several months to explore options such as that, we'll include it in our study process.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani was first up, and then Councilwoman Ashcraft to follow.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I actually would like the staff to explore the possibility of the city obtaining the services of a director of development to assist our local community non-for-profit organizations with their fundraising efforts. Programs like the annual Armed Forces Parade, 4th of July fireworks, the Rose Parade float, recreational programs, I believe can benefit from local business and private donations. And I think this would help remove some of the financial burden that the city has supporting those, but yet keep important community events and programs within the city.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mayor. We have taken off, or going to discuss later, the budget cuts for the police department. But I would like to explore during this time, I think it's critical, the crossing guard issue. School is going to be starting very, very soon. We don't know what that's going to look like. and it could take the picture of multiple start times for the day at one school as well as ending time at each school. And if crossing guards are needed 4 or 5 or 6 different times during the day, we need to have that discussion with Torrance Unified. So I would like to explore partnership with TUSD and the city to discuss what the starting of school is going to look like, and it's going to look a lot different than we're used to. Also, what about training TUSD personnel? I know that when we've had crossing guards that have been absent during the day, if the contracting company that fills those spots is not available, police officers have had to fill in, and that gets pretty costly. So I think we need a discussion with TUSD to come up with some creative ways to fill those spots that do not include our police officers, and a way to work around it somehow. So I'd like to ask for that exploration before we discuss the police budget, because it's appropriate to do it now.
Great suggestion, both of them. Anybody else? I see none. As I was going to say,
I have one. I have one more. I'm sorry, I wasn't quite done. As long as we're exploring that, animal control, which is also part of police department budget cuts, I think we're talking about restructuring. And I'd like to know from staff, are we going to continue with that restructuring and on animal control, or are we waiting on that?
No, that is one of our proposals right now. We'll begin the process for that transfer and reorganization.
Okay, so in doing that, we will be visiting all the contracts that have been used at the police department, such as dog licensing, and making that more efficient as we go forward, because I understand it hasn't been at full capacity, and that the police department does employ a firm that is supposed to be checking on dog licensing, but it possibly has not been operating as it should.
We'll be reviewing all of the elements of animal control and seeing if there are efficiencies that can be accomplished as we make the transfer to community service.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for sure, right?
For now.
Oh, yeah, just for now. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under item 9A? We'll take a little pause now to give you an opportunity to call in. 310-618-2404. Again, it's 310-618-2404. I'm going to give you a minute or two, and then I'm going to check with our call center just to see how many folks have called in.
Mayor, this is Katie Wand. At this time, we have 8 callers queued up and ready to speak on this item, and I understand that the phones are still ringing in the call center.
Okay, well, we can get started with that. And since we have 8 callers, I'm going to limit this to 2 minutes per caller so that we can best use our time. And so the call center, it's a 2-minute call on these, and why don't we start patching them through?
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Will do. Mark Stevenson, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
This city council is not concerned with protecting our children's future. And now the city council is back to the same thing. You're punishing the taxpayer with reduced services while adding more fees and fines to generate additional funds for an already bankrupt municipality. Torrance taxpayers have been hammered these last 4 months, with 20 to 30% of small businesses and family generational wealth destroyed, never to come back. Yet city employees are almost fully employed. Families are still struggling to stay afloat, even with all the governmental aid. And now the city intends to massively increase development impact funds, thereby drastically raising some home renovation costs while adding additional fees for services. Yet, as of 31 December 2019, 100% of 30-year retirees receive a pension greater than $80,000 per year, and 76% of 30-year retirees receive a pension greater than $100,000 per year. And 50% of the city's full-time employees receive compensation packages greater than $100,000 as of calendar year 2018. Nowhere in these proposals is there any attempt by the City Council to solve the problem of excessive compensation packages, the sole driving force behind every financial issue within this city. Nowhere in this proposal is any attempt by the City Council to reduce the city expenses by removing wage benefits that are legally categorized as optional employee benefits by the applicable California government and codes. Therefore, they can be legally removed without adjustable compensation. Removing California Code Sections 2164, 2126, and 21628, the post-retirement survivor allowance eliminates $5 million annually. California Code Section 20042 for classic members, one-year final compensation eliminates $2.2 million annually. And the California Code 26091A2 specifically states that other post-employment benefits or medical benefits can be eliminated, saving taxpayers $6 million.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 2 minutes was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Chris Rhodes, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Thank you, Katie. Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Christopher Rhodes, the Engineers and Torrance Fiscal Employees Association president. Just like to say, as we move forward towards recovery, we'd like to thank you for the open lines of communication with all the employee associations. At any time during the process, any specific questions, please feel free to reach out to us at any time. Please feel free to stop by any division or department to see how some of the processes that are currently in place and how important some of those positions may be. I know that all employees can agree a career as a public servant is still what they love to do, and it definitely shows. I'd also like to just let you know that this is a very tough decision, and I hope the citizens of Torrance understand that we will continue to assist with a desire to serve and answer the call. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller. James Henry, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
I am referring to page 26, Exhibit D of the supplement for this item. Apparently, the city hired an independent public financial advisor, namely Bartle Wells Associates of Berkeley, California, for the purpose of assessing the feasibility of levying franchise fees on the city's water, wastewater, and sanitation utility enterprises. How much is the city paying these financial advisors from Berkeley, California for their services? I can't find when or where it was approved by the city council.
You want us to answer now, Mayor, or we will come back next week with the answer?
I think next week. We have limited time tonight to be addressing each and every line item from hundreds of pages, so we'll move on and do next week. Anything else, Mr. Henry?
No, that's it.
All right, we'll get back to you, and that'll be one of the answers next week. Thank you.
Thank
you. Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller. Andy Porkchop, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, this is Andy Porkchop. I'm so happy to see you all, and very disappointed right at the beginning of the meeting. The mayor violated the rules again, reducing the speaking time for 2 minutes. Like that 6 minutes gonna ruin your life. Now, this is the time that you can see your poop, but you don't smell it ever, hit the fence and coming back to you. Everybody talked to you before every meeting, what a budget deficit the city has, and now you have COVID. And then you have all that money sitting in the bank, that liquid cash, like $130 million, and then you are picking $200,000-$300,000 here and this and that. I give you a good idea because my time. Thank you for 2 minutes. I have my computer on Transparent California, and I see dudes here like John Megat, police captain, making $585,000. I see Steven Treskes. I think he went to retirement with $558,000. So when I get to just on the first page, it's still $400,000 salary. Now maybe these dudes, instead of getting rid of 16 police officers, but they're gonna need the police officers. All these guys could pitch in $100,000, or you could get $100,000 reduction for these dudes, and the dudes still would make $350,000. How bad is that? To make a living on $350,000? Huh? Why don't you do that? You're picking on crossing guards? You don't pay crossing guards, and what a big problem. It's not a problem to pay police captain $500.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 2 minutes was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Sylvester, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Okay, I'm not going to take too much of your time. I just have a question, so I'm not even going to use all of these 2 minutes. But how do you rationalize the police budget taking up as much space as it does instead of investing in social programs that will help prevent the crime in communities? That's my question.
Is that it? That's the only question? Well, social issues
I know you have a limited amount of time, so that's why I only have one question. Just how do we put that much into the police instead of things that prevent the need for police to intervene?
Understood. But education, health care, so all social issues are taken care of by the County of Los Angeles, State of California, and the federal government. Local jurisdictions do not have that much leeway on other items. We have a community services department that provides library services as well as recreational service for the youth and the adults in our community. But as far as social services per se, mental health services, that's a county issue. Medical care, another county issue. So we are very limited in what our budget is, and that's why public safety takes a big portion of our budget, as they do in most small to medium jurisdictions.
Okay. I would just, and then I'll end with this. Thank you for answering that question. What I'll end with this is that I hope that we look into reviewing the laws that the unions push forward to protect officers that are detrimental to saving and protecting the life of humans, because
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 2 minutes was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Carol Katsumi, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, good evening, council members and Mayor Fury. I appreciate the very thorough financial director's presentation, Eric Sau. The slides were quite detailed. And I agree with the idea of deferring wage packages and raises and vacancies that were put forth. Looking like the vacancies could save quite a bit of money. And I agree with the previous caller that we could look at community supportive services rather than increasing funds towards the police department. But that's definitely something that we can all look at together as a community. I like the restructuring and reorganization for some one-time savings, but I do want to make sure we don't reduce cultural arts and recreation. I want to keep Torrance healthy, keep our citizens alive and safe and healthy. I agree with Councilmember Kalani. Yes, maybe get corporate donations to help out with things like the Rose Parade. I certainly worked on that as a youngster, but maybe it's time to pause the Rose Float for a year unless we can get some corporate donations. I would prefer that we continue the recreation programs, of course. And with the fleet vehicle replacement, my concern is that we have experts in the fleet department discuss the lifetime of their current vehicles, see what they have to say about what we can do in that department. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for all your suggestions. We appreciate that.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller.
Please.
Isabel you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking? Isabel?
Hello. Due to the unprecedented effects of COVID-19, the community calls for a defunding of the police department and that monies be allocated to community services, recreational services, employment and business services, as well as fire and fire prevention. Do not agree with cuts to retirees' pensions. Those public servants work very hard for their money, and they deserve the fruits of their labor. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor.
Please.
Stephanie, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi. I'd also like to support what Sylvester and Carol, the previous callers, have said, to move funds away from the police. You act like your hands are tied when yet the last 30 minutes of this meeting have been trying to figure out where to get money. Currently, the Torrance City has 64% of its budget going to quote-unquote public safety. Meanwhile, your citizens like Christopher DeAndre Mitchell are murdered at the hands of your police. A quick fix you could start with today is firing Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, who their salaries and benefits combined would save your city a total of over $500,000 a year. It's not rocket science. Please, quote, open your heart to peace and healing to end exclusion and violence and fear. I yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller.
Please.
Patricia, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council, for taking our calls this way. I know this is unheard of times, but my call is to say that I am a Torrance resident and a Torrance voter, and I support the police department. I understand that a lot of people are scared and they're upset about the recent uprising, but I would just like to say that without our police, our city would not be what it is. I support the deferment of the reductions. However, I do support filling the vacant positions. Our police officers, our firefighters have worked so hard, and with them working the long hours and putting up with the negativity in the community, this is just a voice from your community. Probably a lot of silent people like me usually don't call in, but I support the police. I support filling the positions. I support giving them raises because they are the bedrock of our beautiful, safe community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Christopher Pavis, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, I just want to say thank you for everything you guys do. You guys do a wonderful job. I'm calling in regards to 9AA possibly revisiting or looking into possible early retirement packages for the senior employees that have been there for a substantial amount of time. And in the long run, I believe it would benefit the city financially down the road. And if it was just something that maybe we could look into. The reason I called was to make sure that you guys are aware that this could be a possibility. And I just thank you so much again for all your time and everything you do. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. One of the things we will look at for sure.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Jessica Ferguson, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, yes, I'm calling to say that perhaps instead of giving the police more money during this time, that you should look into defunding the police and transferring all of those funds into community programs and actually helping the citizens of Torrance. The COVID crisis is causing unemployment rates that we've never seen before, housing crisis that we've never seen before, and everything is just going to continue to get worse. And I also want to bring up the murder of Christopher Mitchell. You have the power to have his murder looked into, and I know Black Lives Matter has been going to your meetings since his murder has occurred, and you have not done anything. And now is the time to act, because we are all here. We are all watching you right now, and that man did not deserve to die. He did not deserve to get murdered in his car. Thank you. I yield my time. Do the right thing.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. In regard to the fact that there is a budget shortfall as a direct result of COVID-19 and the impact on the economy, let's also remember the impact that it has on human lives, and remember the fact that actually COVID-19 has actually impacted the Black community far more than any other racial demographic. We are dying at 2 to 3 times our population share across the country. And interestingly enough, we're also dying at a far higher rate as a result of police violence. So in light of this proposal to revise the budget in regards to budget shortfalls, I have a proposal. Fire the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and every other officer that has killed or abused citizens of Torrance or anybody else who has passed through that city, which at this point would end up being the majority of the police department. Because let's think about the riot that happened. And when I say riot, I mean that intentionally, because the riot happened by the hands of the police officers who were wearing riot gear and perpetrated violence against peaceful protesters and against people calling for justice after somebody was murdered. Fire all of them, and you'll have a lot more money in your budget. In addition to that, you can also defund the police department and actually put the money back into the community, and your budget shortfall is no longer going to be a problem. Research has shown time and time again that it actually, if you want to reduce police brutality, there are 2 things that you can do. 1, hold police accountable, which you refuse to do, which is why we're calling for a civilian oversight commission. And 2, to reduce interaction with the police, which would mean defund the police department. Also, if you think about it logically, and research has even shown that if you put money into the community and the community's needs are met, then you don't need the police.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her 2 minutes were up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Anna, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi. I think I'm mostly just going to echo the statements of the previous caller in reference to the recent budget adjustments. You said in response to a question that you're at the mercy of LA County. Well, I guess I'd like to pose a follow-up question and ask what you're doing and what you can do to represent the city of Torrance and increasing that leeway in terms of adjusting the budget to defund police and put more money back into communities. And like the previous caller said, starting with firing officers that have complaints against them, particularly those responsible for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, I think would be an excellent start for reallocating funds and holding police accountable as well, which, again, as she said, research has proven to actually reduce police violence and reduce the need for police. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller.
Please.
Arnie Goldstein, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, Mayor, City Council staff. On Monday, it hasn't really been addressed how serious the situation was just 1 week ago. We closed the mall. We blocked all the entrances. I have a high-profile business that has a lot of customer goods, and I had to board up and close my business. But by Thursday, everything had been okay, and Friday we moved everything back and opened up on Saturday. I want to just commend everybody, the staff, the police, the fire department, everybody that was involved with it. Very proactive and just made everything run very smoothly. And I don't think that happens easily. I think it takes a lot of effort, and I think that's what the city has. That's why I'm happy to live in Torrance and have a business in Torrance, because when things happen, the city of Torrance knows how to take care of business and take care of its residents and businesses. And I can't thank you enough for all the work that you do, the police and the fire and staff do, and even the bus drivers that parked over at the mall to block it. So I just want to thank everybody. That the turnout was so very positive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Shannon, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi there, and thank you so much for taking my call. I wanted to echo what I've been hearing other callers say. As you guys are bringing up the issues with your budget and allocating most of that budget towards the police, I do think that you should be really thinking about how you can be investing within your community, especially all these business owners. And one of the things that I know just by being a resident here is that we really rely on these small businesses. And when it comes to the police in our neighborhoods, we don't need them to be so militarized. They are there to protect and serve, but not if they're out with to just trained to attack people. I also just kind of wanted to give a quick little shout out to Council Member Ashcraft for mentioning that you really do need to be pulling police out of our schools. We don't need children being around these officers who, to them, are just there to arrest them at some point in their lives. So I just wanted to say that, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Carly Drodot, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking? Carly, are you on the line?
Hello. So I would just like to also... Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. Your time is running.
Hi, okay. I would like to echo the calls before me that call for justice for Christopher Mitchell and the firing and prosecution of the officers who murdered him, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. And I would also like you to allocate a portion of the $85 million a year that our Torrance Police Department is allocated from our city budget to create a civilian review board for police officers and the brutality that we all of us Torrance residents have seen from Torrance PD. I have firsthand accounts of how the money that has been allocated to the Torrance Police Department is being misused. My brother has been put through the system for 20 years as a mentally ill addict who has been arrested, who I've had to call the cops when he was 11 years old because he was being violent, and they showed up armed and wrestled him to the ground and put him in the back of a cop car to scare him straight. 20 years later, he is still homeless and an addict, and it wasn't working the way the public safety system thinks it should be working. We should have had counselors come out and talk to him. We should have had mental health officials or...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her 2 minutes were up. I'll move on to the next
caller. Okay. 1 second. The call center, how many calls do we have on there right now? How many callers?
Mayor,
How many people are queued up?
Mayor, at this time, I'm showing that there are 8 callers queued up.
Lock them in at that. Take no more than that because we've used a significant amount of time. We're getting off track with some of the things, and a lot of it's being repetitive. I don't know that we're gaining anything by this. So next caller, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
8 more, and that's it.
Okay. Aziz, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, Mayor, and hi, council members. I pretty much wanted to, as many people said before, echo the sentiment. We do have, obviously, a lot of budget shortfall because of COVID-19. And I know that the police budget is supposed to be something that, you're not supposed to touch because, the police unions are involved and other things will have to be cut, because of austerity. And I really think that we can afford to put part of the budget and allocate it to other resources that should help the people of Torrance. They don't need to have $85 million. This is a time where we need to think big and reimagine community safety and also providing social services to help all of the residents of Torrance, no matter what their socioeconomic background is. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Nicholas, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, Council. I'd like to express my support of defunding the police as well. I invite you to do a bit of research as to what that actually means. Defunding doesn't have to mean eliminating. The majority of my family, in terms of uncles and fathers, are all firefighters. It's a force I support myself, but when it comes to cops, it changes a bit. The majority of your budget is going to protecting your community, as you say, and I just ask that you take a step back and ask what protecting your community can look like. It looks like a lot of different things that aren't necessarily a police force. You mentioned that, quote unquote, the county takes care of it, and I was going to ask you if there's a law that prevents you from spending this money differently, but then you said we're getting off track and not gaining anything by this repetitive messaging. And I just asked you to listen to the people that are calling in. If lots of people are calling in with the same message, might it be something that you should put some more attention and focus on? I yield my time.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller. Anthony Lim, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. I'd like to say that the budget you have for the police is fine the way it is, because otherwise they would not be able to, these fine men would not be able to respond to the report of the stolen car rapidly, which was driven by Andrea Mitchell. He was in the stolen car. But you guys, because of the police, they were able to respond, good time. Because the residents actually called the policeman, and they were on top of it. That's what we're paying for. Number two, if people wanted to defund the police, then why don't they, I challenge them, don't call them for a year. Whatever the problem you got, don't call them and see what happens. Number three, if there are a lot of people walking around at night, a lot of residential, they depend on the police to come and take care of it. If we reduce the budget, that ain't going to happen anymore. Number four, if we are serious about promoting businesses in Torrance, there's people that have called in already, the owners. If they feel like they're unsafe, they're not going to open any business here. And the ones that are here, they're going to go away. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller. Megan, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, good evening.
I'm also calling to support defunding the Torrance Police Department, as well as investigating the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and prosecuting the murderers involved. To Mayor Fury, I believe as a public servant, you should listen to the public, and not only are you obligated, but you should be passionate about hearing from the members of your community rather than dismissing them as repetitive. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller. Jim Steenhook, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Mayor Fury and council members, thank you for taking the time to listen to all the members of the community tonight. While it is unconditionally, undeniably horrible what had happened to Mr. George Floyd, this was a human rights violation. And the comments that I'm hearing about defunding the police is not appropriate response to what our communities are facing. Torrance is a safe city. It has very strong education. It has incredibly high property values because it's a safe city. Removing funding from the very core of our city, which makes it strong, which makes it safe, peace of mind is priceless. The response time is incredible when you have a problem. For the people that are saying to defund the police, you might not have ever lived in a city without a police force. And most of you may not have called 911 having an emergency. But I can assure you that without a police force, what community organization are you going to call when your home is broken into? When there's a school shooting, we need police officers in school. We need the police and firemen to be on duty to protect us, to keep our community safe. And as citizens, we need to take care of each other and promote the right values and teaching our youth and being there for our neighbors and strengthening our community by taking action ourselves, not pointing blame and trying to change the budget. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Very reasonable.
There are two more callers, Mayor. I'll move on to the next caller. Jean, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, thank you for your time. I just wanted to say, I know that you said that this is repetitive, but usually when something's repetitive, that means that needs attention and it needs to be fixed. It would be like ignoring a signal in your car. Please, think about taking even just a slight chunk of the massive amount of money y'all are throwing at the police, maybe put it into the school system, specifically the special ed unit. I have never, and also to the person who said, talked about calling the police, I have never had to call the police in 19 years, and when I did, all they did was write down 2 words and never get back to me about it. Look, as everyone else has said, look into the murder of Christopher DeAndre Michael. He was shot 3 times in 15 seconds, even though being completely cooperative, and there's been no consequences to the people who murdered him. Whatever the word is, take away my time or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts.
Mayor, I'll patch the final caller in on this item. Emily Estrada, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking, Emily?
I want to congratulate you on being faces of evil and corruption. We, the people, are outraged, and we demand that.
Apparently that was a repeat caller.
No other callers on the line at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. With no further callers on this, the public comment portion of this item is now over. I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation.
Mayor, let us mention that what we're going to do is we've heard your questions and queries, and those from the community. We'll bring the matter back to you next Tuesday, responding to those and asking you to take action on the proposed budget at that budget modifications at that time.
Councilwoman Ashcraft had her hand up first, and then Councilmember Griffith, and then Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I had another request to look into before next week, and I'd like to have staff explore the possibility of airplane landing fees, what that would look like. I know other airports do it, and with Santa Monica Airport closing very soon, we're going to get a lot more traffic and a lot more infrastructure used here. So if we could maybe explore that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think one more thing.
Anything
Sorry.
else?
Yeah, one more. On community services, I know that we were looking at, it's in what we discussed, 2% on classes, possibly raising. And I really thank Mr. Jones for all the information he's given me regarding classes. We have non-residents that we really do rely on using our classes because it fills our classes up. But we subsidize all of our classes, and we're subsidizing non-residents. So when we look at the fee schedule and possible increase of 2%, possibly looking at increasing non-resident fees a tad bit more, because I know they fill the need of filling our classes, but if we don't have enough residents to fill the class or come close to it, then I think maybe the class is a non-viable class. So just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I, too, wanted to thank staff. I think that staff and all the department heads obviously know their departments best. They know how the money is being spent. There's no way for the members here on council to know the details of how every department is working to the point where we need to micromanage them. And so I really do think that they've done a tremendous job in identifying areas where we can make cuts and move us forward in a way that we can have a balanced budget. With that said, I want to also just remind the public a couple of things that I think are just really important to understand, and that most of this we're hoping to be very temporary, and that obviously depends on how we recover from the COVID-19 shutdowns. And hopefully, if our recovery is swift, some of these measures may not even have to be taken. And obviously, time will tell. We can't predict. It's very, very challenging, and so we have to work with staff's best guesses, and that's exactly what we're doing here. The other important part that I want to reemphasize to people, because I see so much misinformation on social media, is that this budget proposal being shared with us by staff, as has been said before, eliminates no current full-time positions. So many places there have been said, oh, we're going to be losing X amount of police officers and things like that. And I know we're not talking about police and fire and public safety here tonight, but those kind of comments that are being made publicly to say that we're cutting all of these people that we depend on, it's just not true. And I appreciate staff's efforts to do that. And we need to emphasize the fact that these positions are not bodies that are being cut. They're vacant positions that we're eliminating temporarily, hopefully. The other thing I wanted to say is, and unfortunately I got this information very late, as did the whole council, and that was the suggestions that we received from our fellow employees here in the city on what they would like to see done. And there were some tremendous suggestions in there that, unfortunately, because of lack of time, we just don't have the information as to putting dollar figures on how some of those suggestions might help our budget. And I'd certainly like to see some of those explored in more detail. And so that's something that maybe we can look at a little bit more, is to take a look at some of those employee suggestions and identify the dollars and cents associated with some of those to see if any of those are really worth considering. An area that's really near and dear to me, obviously, is information technology, the IT department. I was pleased to see the idea of the CIT consolidation, but I'm a little concerned about the way it's being done, and that portion of it is going to general services and another portion of it's going to finance. And I realize from my own professional experience that a lot of companies and organizations have their IT department under finance. But my experience is that finance departments tend to always be watching on how we can cut dollars. And in my opinion, an IT department, whether it's well run, is an asset that provides tremendous services that could save tremendous amounts of money if run right, and provided great tools and technologies to all the departments. And personally, I would like to see if that's something you can consider is revisiting the CIT consolidation. And if you're going to consolidate and eliminate it as a separate department, to put it all under general services, because I really do view that the IT is really a service being provided to the whole city, especially the networks, the phones, and the communications, because that's just infrastructure that every single department in the whole city expects and requires. And so it really is like providing buildings that we work in. And so that makes perfect sense for general services, in my opinion. But the servers and the other software issues under IT, under finance, again, I think that just the IT and accounting mentality, and nothing against those folks, but I think that I would prefer to see that in a different department, just based on my own personal experience of seeing so many IT departments run under the finance department and always being cut, and never really looked at as an asset. And so that's a recommendation I would like to have looked at further if possible. The other thing that we talked about it, I know, in different meetings prior to the council meeting, but that was the topic of early retirements, and I know some other people have brought that up from the public. I really do think that we should be looking at doing some of the early retirement proposals. I'd like to see more details as to how that might save us money, both in the short term and the long term, as far as our pension expense. Obviously, the classic employees cost us a lot more from our pension expense, and to see if we can get some of those folks a proposal to move up their retirements. I would like to have that looked into a little bit more seriously. Our good friends in the cultural arts, the TOCA organization, I'm a huge supporter of them and always have been. And I'm happy to see that the city manager is recommending that we not make any cuts at this time. But I do want to say that it is important for me, and hopefully for the whole council, to see that they are managing their resources effectively going forward, and even through this whole process. Because when it does come time for us to give them support and money when they're back up and operational, it's important for me to see that they're effectively using and managing the resources that we as a city provide to them. I think those are my main topics. This is a really challenging thing that we're doing, but I think that staff and the city manager are definitely on the right track. And I appreciate all the tremendous effort that's gone into looking at how we can achieve the goals of budget cuts at this time. That's all for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a couple of things I want to talk about here, but one of them, I'm not too crazy about the fact that we cut off the callers tonight. I think we should be hearing from everybody. And I believe we went through the list tonight, all the callers, but we shouldn't discourage people from calling in, especially if we cut it down to 2 minutes. But we also got rid of our oral communications number 1, which I'd hope we'd eventually bring back. But I have a concern because I feel like we're proposing increases in fees that are permanent for a temporary situation. You know, we're not going to be short $20 million a year for year after year, yet those fees aren't going to go away. So I'm highly opposed to increases any fees, including the franchise fees, because if we give a franchise fees or water utility an increase, that means that increase is going to be translated into a bill increase, a utility bill increase for residents and businesses. Same thing with trash. So I really, think times are tough enough that we don't have to put permanent increases for temporary problems. I do like the idea of freezing the hiring on those vacancies, but if I can get some clarification as for the $15.8 million that represents those 132 vacancies, is that adjusted for some of the overtime that we may be experiencing because of those vacancies? I guess that's a question for Staff?
There is no increase in overtime, so no, it's not being transferred overtime. It will require a much more cautious look at the use of overtime in the departments going forward because we don't have flexibility to draw on those funds.
Okay, so the 15.8 would be a net savings of those 132 frozen openings. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's a big chunk of what we're looking at, and of course we don't want to keep essential positions vacant, especially if for certain operational, whether it's for public safety, for instance. I know we have quite a bit of vacancies there, and the more criminals are released early onto the streets of California, I would imagine we want to fill those positions relatively quick. I know it's a big chunk of the budget, but as one of the callers said, Torrance is beautiful and safe and desirable because of its public safety record. And of course, we have really good schools here as well, but one thing that people need to understand that Torrance budget does not fund the schools. That's through the Torrance Unified School District. So, we can help each other out, but we don't fund the schools. And I think that's about it for now. I really do encourage us to take all the callers. I'm not trying to, Mayor, criticize, but I think it's very important that everybody is involved. And I truly believe that a lot of the Torrance residents aren't calling in, as you can tell from tonight. We heard, I think, very little from Torrance residents. I would like to hear what Torrance has to say. And yes, some of the stuff is repetitive, but whatever. We're here to listen, and I hope we can stay on course. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for your thoughts. And the council rules of order prevail, and that does give me the leeway to make this meeting move on. And I exercise that discretion as a discretion. I don't do it willy-nilly, and I will continue to do it. Thank you. Anybody else from the council wish to be heard? If not, then I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation. We'll bring it back next week for further information.
Councilmember Chen. Councilman Chen moves to accept staff recommendation.
Councilwoman Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Machuchi?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 9B as in boy. If there are members of the public who wish to speak under item 9B, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once per agenda item. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Item 9B is from Finance to award consulting services agreement to provide liability claims administration service. From City staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the City Council, Jason Nishiyama with the Finance Department. The item before you today is requesting award of a consulting services contract to George Hills Incorporated of Rancho Cordova, California, for a 3-year term with a 2 one-year option. The annual spend on this is $151,833. The purpose of this contract is to provide liability claims administration services to the city. These include reviewing, investigating, and adjusting claims in coordination with the Enterprise Risk Management Division and the City Attorney Department. Also included in the contract is providing subrogation services to the city to recover money from third parties that caused damage and loss to the city. An RFP was conducted early in February, and an evaluation committee comprising of staff from city manager, finance, and city attorney departments concluded that George Hills as the highest scoring. The contractor's proposal includes access to a claims management system to view claims notes and trending data, best practice claims handling methodology, management reports for tracking contractor performance, and finally, the proposed rate includes a discount for current COVID pandemic totaling $30,000. Today, we're asking for council to approve the contract and authorize the finance director to exercise options terms of the contract. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, staff, I apologize. I should have sent you guys an email earlier, but just a lot of reading this weekend. Anyways, is there no staff within City Hall that can do this job? I feel like we pay a lot of money to consultants for things that I would think that we have enough talent here to take care of stuff like this.
Currently, we only have one claims technician to intake the claims, which is really clerical. The contractor here has established systems and expertise regarding tort litigation and liability laws that we leverage to investigate and determine compensability of liability cases.
Now, could this be something like a task that's given to our city attorney's office?
No, Councilman, this is Leroy Jackson. This is more of an administrative function. It is claim investigation. Investigators go out, check out the details and factors. All of the material they gather are used by our attorneys and help us to decide whether we pay the claim or not. It is practices within the field really to use resources such as these consultants to do that work, because it would cost us a great deal to hire personnel to do that on a daily basis.
Understood. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? I see no hands up. Our call center, has anyone called in on this?
Yes, Mayor, we do have one caller on the line for this item. Are you ready for the public to be patched in?
Yes, ma'am.
Emily Estrada, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hey, Richard Fury, I want you to know that you work for us. Don't you ever forget it. Defund the police. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Are there any other callers, valid callers on the line?
Yes, Mayor, there is one more caller.
Okay.
Andy Porkchop, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, this is Andy again. Thank God I have 3 minutes back on this item, and thank God I can speak as a Torrance citizen, and Tyrant Furry doesn't take my civil rights away. Now, on this question, or this item, I'm talking about 9B, is one of the favorite of the city, hiring these consulting firms and everything. If we have a city attorney department, if we have all the other departments, a finance department, this department, why do we need again to spend $450,000 to somebody put some paperwork in, like all the other consulting firms we have? Every consulting firm you have is just wasted money. We either had a city attorney department or let's hire consulting firms. Consulting firms, $500,000 kaboom. And I bet any money we come back to this 6 months later or a year later, and this fee going to be amended. That means I bet any money it's It's not going to cost us $450,000. It's going to cost way, way, way more. And for what? We have consulting service departments and consulting services and whatever, and all this project what has $1 million consulting services, it's going on 7 or 8 years. Look at the Hawthorne Department and PCH Corner. What the hell is going on there with your consulting companies? Consulting, wasting the people's time.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 2 minutes were up, and I do have an additional caller on the line for item 9B.
Okay, pass them through.
Mark, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Ferry, City Council members. My name is Mark Stevenson. The question I'd like to ask, is this a consultant, is he going to be in just a specialized contract relationship with basically the City of Torrance, or is he going to be providing services, or is it just one person, or is it a group of people, and do they provide services to basically other municipalities within the South Bay area?
From staff?
Yes, we will have a dedicated personnel servicing the city of Torrance. He will be a part of a team also of the consulting team that services our city.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the clarification.
You're welcome.
And Mayor, the amount of the contract per year from finance?
Yes, the amount per year from finance is $151,000 per year. It's a 3-year contract. That's why the number is $455,000 total for this contract. I was going to clarify that, Mr. Jackson. Call center, any other callers?
Yes, Mayor, there is another caller on the line. David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, everyone. A couple questions. Of the $152K for this professional, are they dedicated full-time?
I think, David, they
Yes.
just mentioned to you, they're dedicated to our city, but it's not a full-time position. They also have other duties, but there is a consultant at the George Hills, Inc. It's a company that does this service. It's not just one person. They have the full range of the entire company.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. So they're not dedicated full-time. Do we have any idea of roughly how many hours in the past the consultant tends to spend doing city business?
From staff, do you have that information?
I don't have that exact number of hours that the gentleman requested, but in the past, for the contractor that we had, they were on site 3 days a week doing this job.
Okay. So just, I think it's going to be a little hard to analyze this one personally, but in the future, it would be helpful if the rough approximate number of hours that have been that are expended in the past, so that we, the public can kind of see what level of service is being rendered for the $152K a year, and also just for other things like this, if we had also an idea of what level of a professional would need to be hired to perform this activity. Is this, this somebody that's...
Mr. Epperly, the agenda item with the attachment lays all of that information out, and it's probably about 100 pages with the optional services that are provided from the firm. It's not just a request for $151,000 a year. There was a contract drawn up, and it was based upon that. So that information is available. It's available now. It might not be detailed to the hours that they dedicate to the city of Torrance per year, but it's a full contract.
And Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. There is an additional caller on the line.
Patch you through, please.
Julia Denny, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi. First, I want to say that Councilmember Matucci, I heard you ask Mayor Fury to not discourage callers to call in for public comment tonight on agenda item 9A. Although you suggested that Torrance residents were not calling in tonight, I did hear many of my fellow Torrance residents call in and express their demand to defund the police. A little about myself. My name is Julia Denny. I was born and raised in Torrance and attended Torrance Public Schools. First, I want to demand that you, Mayor Fury, use your power to fire and arrest the murderers of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Fire and arrest officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Conte.
Call Center, you can cut this off as non-relevant to this agenda item. Thank you. That concludes the public comment on this agenda item. Are there any more questions from the council? If there are none, I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation.
Mayor, Councilmember Goodrich moves.
Thank you.
As such.
Councilmember Ashcraft seconds.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
No.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci voting no.
Thank you. Now moving on to item 9C. If there are members of the public who would like to speak on item 9C, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once per agenda item. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. This 9C comes from Public Works to adopt a resolution approving new cooperation agreement to continue participation in the Federal Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant Program from City staff.
Good evening. This is Art Reyes with the Public Works Department. Honorable Mayor and members of the Council, Item 9C is a recommendation that the City Council adopt a resolution that would enter the city into a new cooperation agreement with the Los Angeles County Development Authority, or also known as the LACDA. The purpose of this cooperation agreement is to renew the city's participation in the LACDA CDBG program, as is required by HUD. Entering into this agreement allows the city to continue receiving grant funds from the CDBG program on an annual basis, which has funded successful capital projects every year. Now, this particular agreement period of an additional 3 years afterwards. This renewal requirement by HUD is consistent with what the city has entered into since the city first began to participate in the CDBG grant program since fiscal year 2012. Thank you, and with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask if the automatic renewal, is that something that's required, or can we do it to where it would require council approval to extend it?
No, it is not required. The city is at liberty to, terminate this agreement within 60 days of written notice to the LACDA.
At any time during those 3 years, first initial 3 years?
That's correct. So it's starting 2022 because right now we're still in the term of the old agreement we entered into 6 years ago. So starting 2022, we would have the option to do that.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. And I'm really glad that we're involved in the CDBG grant program, which started, as was mentioned, in fiscal year 2012. This has been a program of the federal government since the 1970s, but for reasons that are really not very clear to me, the city of Torrance never got involved in the CDBG grant program. And frankly, millions of dollars were left on the table because of our reluctance or the reluctance of the city of Torrance to be involved in this. And this has proved very resourceful to the city of Torrance in doing a lot of infrastructure, helping seniors and helping handicap and helping our infrastructure. Councilwoman Ashcraft, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I know that we have a long waiting list to take part in this. What is the number?
I'm sorry.
Are we able to help? Are we able to help all those that need help?
No, this is not the HIP program. You're thinking of the HIP program. This is the CDBG grant program. This is the one where we get money to fix infrastructure, such as curb cuts and things like that.
Okay, sorry. It's the infrastructure.
Mobility for seniors, mobility for handicap. Not the HIP program. Okay. There's another one which was actually came out about the same time in the 70s. That one we did involve ourselves with.
Okay.
Any other questions from the council? Do we have any callers on the hotline?
Hi, Mayor. Yes, we currently have 2 callers on the line. Before I patch them in...
Okay, we're going to lock it at those 2 callers, 3 minutes each.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you, Mayor. I will patch in the first caller now.
Thank you.
Andy Porkchop, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, this is Andy Porkchop again. I did not hear it or understand. I have 2 minutes or 3 minutes, but I don't really care. I'm happy with this agenda item because our city should apply for all these grants, what we can have, and spend it what we get it for. We need sidewalks, we need infrastructure, and every money we can get is a great thing. But what I don't understand here, because I did not have time to study this thing, we did not apply for this one since 1972. How many money did we let go down the drain not applying for this grant? Anyway, it's a good thing you woke up and applying for this grant because our city gonna need it. Because COVID is not over. The financial crisis is going to be a few more years, not a half year or 6 months or a year as you predicted it. So apply for every grant you can. Don't miss one of them. I congratulate you. Finally, you applied for this because we need improvements. And I don't think it's going to be ever affordable housing for the people because nothing is affordable anymore. But whatever money the city can get, congratulations. I'm with you for it. Please vote yes on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, Mayor, Council. Thanks very much for your clarification of some things on curb cuts and all that earlier. I was just going to make a recommendation. I don't know that it applies here, but for HUD-related things in the future, if you guys wanted to consider the idea of trying to have a public works program where if there's any kind of integration with HUD, that somebody who is benefiting from HUD would also be able to or kind of be sort of required to participate in city functions in terms of public works type things so that part of their HUD benefits are tied to community service. I think that'd be a great way forward to help people get involved in their community when they're benefiting from HUD services and benefits for themselves. So an idea I wanted to pass on to you guys for the future in case there's some way that you can work that into future contracts going forward. So I hope that made sense. Any questions?
You see none. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Suggestions. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, that public comment portion of the item is over. Does council wish to proceed? I'll look for a resolution. Do we have the number and title presented?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-44, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving participation in the Los Angeles Urban County Community Development Block Grant Program by authorizing the mayor or his or her designee to sign a cooperation agreement with the County of Los Angeles.
I think we'll take a motion
Councilman Griffiths?
To concur and to adopt the resolution. Councilmember Griffiths?
Councilman Griffiths, I move to concur with the staff recommendation and adopt resolution 2020-44.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen?
Councilman Chen, second.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9D as in David. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak under item 9D, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. Item 9D is from the city manager and the city attorney, ratification and extension of administrative orders from our city manager or city attorney.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. This item is to bring before council for ratification the administrative orders issued by the city manager between March 28th and June 4th due to the COVID-19 state of emergency. There is an attachment that lays out, attachment A, all the different matters that had been issued by the city manager, and these are being brought forward for your ratification. These are different than the public orders, which are usually like community-wide, city-wide orders. A lot of these relate to city facilities, such as parks, golf courses, the farmers market, things like that. A summary is attached, and if you have any questions, we're available for answers.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the council? I see no questions. To the call center, has anyone called in on this item?
Hi, Mayor. No, I don't see any callers on the line for this item. Thank you. Oh, well,
Okay.
one just popped in. Do you want to take the one call?
We certainly will, but that'll be it.
Okay. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop again. I almost couldn't get through. You guys go too fast. Anyway, all these orders I like it you following the orders of the city, the county and the state of California. And my only complaint about this would be, it's nice the orders and nice everything, but people, lots of people, especially nowadays, don't keep these orders. I hate masks, but I wear masks, not just for myself, just to other people also. And lots of people doesn't. And then people think that this COVID is not a major thing or nobody gets sick of it. And all these orders are very nice, and I'm happy for it. And all the curfew was great, except people don't want to accept these orders. And I see people more and more without masks at beaches, at the street, and running and everything. And this is total disregard for public concern. I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I follow every order, even if I don't agree with it, because these are just unbelievable. After 10 weeks, people still think that this is nothing going on, and this is some kind of a conspiracy. So maybe I would like more advertising. I know you're advertising lots of places, from the hand washing to the masks and everything, but maybe somehow to get to people this is a serious things, and the government try to save our lives. And even though the economy is going to be suffering like crazy, like never before, but people not wearing masks, not distancing. I see children playing all day on the street here, face to face, coughing at each other's faces and everything, like we don't have a disease here. Parents, teachers, educators, and information to the people should be emphasized or should be more directed. This is a real disease. This is not over yet, and follow the instructions. And also, maybe less changing the instruction would be better, because now people don't pay attention. People don't believe it. People don't see the dead bodies, and people don't do anything about it, just get mad because they lost their business. So if more people would have participated at the first place, wearing the mask.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Thank you.
Thank you. But one time I couldn't agree more with Andy Porkchop. People are ignoring the mask aspect. Facial covering is so very, very important. A good friend of mine who is a doctor in one of our major hospitals here in the city has indicated to me that we're seeing a spike right now, and that's based upon Memorial Day weekend, according to him. And he's looking forward to the spikes that we're going to see because of the demonstration and protest. He is actually expecting a spike in that. So we can't say it too many times that you have to practice good hygiene, wash your hands quite often, cover your face when you are sneezing or coughing, and to wear a face cover, not to protect yourself, but to protect other people, because you may be asymptomatic. And, it's just too bad too many people are not looking at that. Any other questions from the council? The public portion of the public comment portion is over. So, City Clerk, may we have a number and title on this, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-45, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying administrative orders issued by the City Manager acting as the Director of Emergency Services between March 28, 2020 and June 4th, 2020.
Do we have a motion and a motion to adopt? Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen moves to adopt resolution 2020-45.
Councilmember Goodrich seconds.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9E. If there are members of the public who would like to speak under item 9E, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. Item 9E is from the City Manager's Office to provide a COVID-19 recovery update and discuss and consider options for responding to orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. From staff.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Leroy Jackson, City Manager. Per City Council's request, staff is returning to your honorable body to provide you with an update on COVID-19 recovery efforts and allow the City Council to discuss and consider taking whatever action deemed appropriate for responding to orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. Since last Tuesday's meeting, the Los Angeles County Department of Health modified the Safer at Home order effective Friday, May 29th, to allow for the reopening of restaurants and cafes, including the on-site dining, retail establishments, including shopping centers such as Del Amo Fashion Center. Hair salons, barber shops were also allowed to reopen. Nail salons remain closed during this stage. We'll continue to work with our business community to assist them with the reopening as we return to normal operating conditions. City staff have reached out to the Torrance businesses and shared with them guidelines which have been posted on the city's business resource website at https://cityoftorrance.cal.com/reopening. Under the current Stage 2 of the LA County Safe at Home order, the businesses that are included are bookstores, music stores, toy stores, florists, sporting goods, restaurants with limited capacity, retail shopping centers with limited capacity, hair salons, and barbershops. Since our last meeting on Tuesday the 2nd, we have opened the city's one-stop permit center, and during last week, we provided services to 273 visitors with average wait time of 9 minutes, average service time of 11 minutes. In addition, we are offering curbside library services and continue to implement safety enhancements in preparation of opening city public counters. On Friday, June 5th, Governor Newsom announced upcoming plans to provide protocols for reopening schools, day camps, bars, gyms, and professional sports, and modifications to begin reopening starting this Friday, June 12th. Impacts to LA County are pending and will be addressed in modifications to the Safer at Home order expected later this week. Staff will continue to monitor and update, and updates will be provided on the city's dedicated COVID-19 website. Several of our city restaurants are now open and are seeking or may seek additional outdoor dining to expand their footprint in order to provide service and maintain safe social distancing. Some of the restaurants include Brewers Hall, Depot Restaurant, Local Kitchen, Red Car, Egan's Pub, Gaetano's, Rock and Brew, Inaba, and Santos Grill. More and more shops at Del Amo Fashion Center are reopening, more each day. The Rhodium is open and is hosting QSD high school graduations. The downtown monthly street fair will resume on June 28th. In addition, dog groomers, hair salons, and barbershops are now open. Some of our manufacturing and office-based businesses that have been closed or working remotely, minimal on-site, are back again open. Canoe, Celestron, Sun, Corella, USA, Del Amo Crossing offices, nail salons, estheticians, tutoring businesses, and gyms are still waiting to reopen, but may open as early as the end of this week or early next week. Torrance Alert social media posts have been sharing our business resource information with the business community. Questions can be directed to the Office of Economic Development via either email at economicdevelopment@torrance.ca.gov or via telephone at 310-618-5807. The City of Torrance will continue to monitor all federal, state, county guidelines and share information with our businesses and community. The city's economic development team will host webinars to assist various business sectors with developing their reopening plans, and again can be reached by phone and email. Myself, the fire chief, and the OC are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Jackson. I'm really looking forward to some announcement this Friday, more opening as the LA County Public Health sees fit. My question is, I believe we repealed most, if not all, what we thought was duplicative orders in the past. So should this Friday LA County Public Health announces something, is the Torrance residents or community or business, is the way they get notified is if they subscribe to Torrance Alert? How does the quick alert come out? Because
we do broad notifications, Councilman. However, in some of the cases, we'll have to issue our own orders. Since cities' orders can be more restrictive than the county, once they issue their order, we may have to issue ours to come into compliance with theirs to lessen the restrictions in our own businesses here in town. Those will be put to action by an ordinance action out of me that will be brought back to you next Tuesday. And then whenever we do that, we do a news release to our local newspapers and then broadcast it out on all our media devices.
Okay, let me make sure I got that, because I thought in the past we repealed a lot that were duplicate. Let's say, for example, gyms. Let's say LA County this Friday says gyms are allowed to open by these guidelines, A, B, C, D. Then at that moment in time, does the city have to do something, or a gym owner, if he or she feels that they've met the guidelines, they can open? That was really much.
Patrick, did we repeal some of those elements?
The gym one is still in ours because it was not inconsistent with the states. Unless I'd have to look back, unless it was in the first one, which we may have repealed. But right. Either way, if as soon as a county order comes out, we check all of our existing orders, and Leroy can immediately issue a public order rescinding anything that's inconsistent with the county order.
Okay, I guess maybe I just kind of lost track. I thought we rescinded all the ones that seemed like they were duplicative.
They were duplicative at that point in time, Councilman, but things have been shifting as we go down the path.
Yeah, and there's actually several, I think, that are still in effect. I just have to go back with all the COVID ones and the administrative orders, and now the curfew ones due to civil unrest. I don't have them all straight in my head right now, so I'd have to go back and double check.
And that sort of was the genesis of my question. The public may be a little confused. Are they waiting for us, or are they waiting for the LA County?
We usually put out an alert, and again, this is Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, that we usually put out an alert, and we've been pretty much going with the county as they've been opening up, and then we can clarify ours just as rapidly. But we've usually been going with the county as they've opened up restaurants and other retail. We've been following along, and then if we need to make an adjustment to ours, we're not enforcing if ours is more strict for the 45 minutes or an hour it takes us to verify that and do a repeal.
Thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank staff and get some clarification on the restaurant situation for our business restaurants in the city. I know that the city announced that they were working with restaurants to allow outside dining where they were not originally allowed to do that, to help increase their capacity where they're limited to the restrictions under the COVID guidelines. And so that in an effort to help them, we were giving them permission to do some outside dining options. And the fact that we were also waiving permit fees to do that, I just want to give kudos to staff for that. But I wanted to get a little bit of clarification in that regard, and I know that there's more in the works, but I just wanted to understand that those options for creating outside dining, are those options temporary until such time as all the restrictions are lifted, or are these options that might be ultimately permanent? I'd like to get a little clarification on that.
Danny Santana, I think, can answer that question. Danny, are you there?
Sounds like we're on hold.
I could. This is Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. I've been working with Danny. The suspension of some of the parking and zoning requirements is supposed to be temporary during COVID. Staff is also looking into the potential of closing some streets in the downtown to allow expansion into the roadway, obviously with barriers to protect people, because the initial idea was to look at having tables on the sidewalk, but with ADA and free passage requirements, it really doesn't work in the downtown, especially with the street furniture and some of the trees. So they're actually looking at bringing an item back. I believe it is next week, your approval of a pilot program.
Yeah, I saw some of the preliminary planning for that, and I certainly have some concerns about that because it's great for the restaurants, but I'm not sure how the other businesses that are on those streets would feel. But we'll wait for that discussion when that actually happens. But I guess also kind of in line with Councilmember Chen was mentioning is that we have a lot of restaurants in our city, and maybe not all of them are really in tune and in touch with our city government. And I'm just wondering, are we being a little bit more proactive in maybe reaching out to email or mail something to our restaurants that obviously are registered within the city to let them know of these opportunities? Obviously, with our wonderful climate, just the option of dining outside is always an appealing thing. I certainly enjoyed doing that, and I know many, many people do as well. So it'd be nice if we were a little more proactive, if possible, to reach out to our restaurants who have suffered so heavily through this COVID-19 crisis.
Councilman Leroy Jackson again. We reached out fairly aggressively with emails and also by phone calls and by personal contact to the restaurants. And having made use of some of them outside, our small restaurants have actually made modifications very quickly, seem to be responding to their customers with the new environment very effectively.
Well, thank you for staff flexibility and allowing that to happen in the first place. So thank you very much.
Your Honor,
Matucci, I think that
guys, I got dropped off the line, but I am back on. If there's any further clarification I can provide, and just quickly to recap, parking lot event permits have been processed already for several restaurants. They are in the form of temporary accommodations, but they're for an extended period of time. Usually parking lot event permits are essentially limited to only 2 weeks, or in most instances over the course of a weekend. In this instance, with the city manager's concurrence, we have extended those approvals in many instances through the middle of October. Staff is willing to review extensions of all those, avoiding resubmittal of the requests, but it was important for us to assess how they functioned, whether any situations arose out in the field, how we can better respond to them as we review extensions of the requests, and we stand ready to do that. Economic Development has been courteous enough to offer the Business Assistance Program to cover those fees. And then as City Attorney Sullivan was covering, you will have an item on the agenda for next week that discusses the downtown restaurant program. We have vetted it with several restaurants in downtown along Sartori and El Prado. Further conversations will take place tomorrow through a webinar that's been coordinated through the Office of Economic Development and the Torrance Chamber of Commerce, where we hope to get input from other businesses beyond restaurants to see how this can also facilitate them advising the community that they are back, how they can be incorporated into sort of a pedestrian zone if a street closure is considered. The outreach to the businesses has been through all the means that City Manager Jackson has highlighted, in addition to code enforcement, following up with any businesses that we had prior contact with, advising them to close or advising them of social distancing measures to keep them up to date with any revised county health orders and then local revisions that are made. We're available for any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Santana. Any other questions from Council? Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for, I guess, a clarification on the timeline for both the playgrounds at the parks and also for recreational, such as, the Little League. We've been receiving some emails from Little Leagues. I think the kids are the ones that are suffering the most. They don't understand what's going on 3 months at home. Some people live in apartments that don't have swimming pools and other things to do. And, so I'd like to see us, I don't know if we need to push the county and state, but to kind of expedite children's programs, because having a kid myself, he's going nuts at home. But, if I can get some clarification. I keep on hearing it's Friday, Will that include Little League, as an example?
Councilman, I think John Jones can give you an update on what's going on in that area. John? I'm doing great at my department.
I can. This is Patrick Sullivan. I can jump in again. We've been talking with community services. There have been.
You're pinch hitting for him, right?
Trying to. We're all one team. There have been meetings between our office and community services, as well as the city manager's office, and there have been meetings that Mr. Jones has been participating with county health on how to get recreation programs as well as youth sports back. I don't think we have any firm timelines yet, but I know that has been a thing that Mr. Jones, as well as other cities, have been working with, and I know other leagues, both soccer, baseball, and other basketball have been working with trying to get back. But staff can continue to reach out with the county and see what their timelines are and obviously what the restrictions will be when they do allow those sports to come back.
There seems to be a high interest by county recreation to step out on this. What we've seen is departments in the county that take lead seem to have influence on the board, who seem to have influence on county health. So we're optimistic in it moving forward quickly in the next several weeks.
Okay, so the Friday step into stage 3 from the state, that does not include recreational sports.
It will include some. It's hard to say. Our county administrator the health administrator keeps her orders very close to the vest until she's ready to report them out. But she's assessing it. We'll see what's included in that order, and she'll probably give an idea of what other adjustments are down the road.
Okay, and also playgrounds, children's playgrounds are closed, which, a lot of kids were using that, and I understand the concern. Is there a way that we can possibly reopen those on our end and maybe have some volunteers or staff, sanitizing on a regular basis?
We could explore a program that we could take to the county, similar to our farmers market, showing how we would approach it. So let us explore it and see what we can do on that ground. But we have to.
I'll volunteer a few hours a week with Clorox wipes and wipe everything down. But I think there's plenty of giving people, if we can put a program together. Anything to help out the kids that are stuck at home. I think it's really taken a toll, not just on the parents, but on the kids especially. So I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? I see none. To the call center, do we have anybody called in on this? Item 9E?
Yes, Mayor. At this time, I'm showing 4 callers on the line for 9E.
Okay, lock them in. We got 4 callers.
3 minutes each, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll start with the callers. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, this is Andy again, and I'm very happy that these restrictions are starting to get lifted up, and unfortunately, this disease is not over. So, and I understand people how they want to go out, especially who live in an apartment, or people who lost their job and nothing to do, just be depressed at home. But I would like to suggest to people, please do activities what you can do with your family or as a group who you live together. So don't exchange contacts with other people, because I don't want to repeat myself, but this disease is really a real thing, and especially here in America. How to say this nicely? America is made up of 150 different countries, immigrants. And as you can see it in Europe, this virus looks like like in my old country, they had like only 500 cases. But we were in the center of the migration from China to Europe, the Silk Road and everything. So my ancestor got all these disease in advance. So I'm not afraid about myself, but I'm afraid about people with different ethnic background who never had this kind of a disease. But my family and my gene pool was exposed for hundreds of years. And just because it looks different in Russia, because I'm monitoring the whole world for you, just because it looks different in Hungary, or just because it looks different in Sweden, we are America, and we have immigrants of 150 nations who, some of them, did not experience. And look at what happened to the Navajos. You know, we're losing a nation who helped us win the Second World War because they were the translators. Nobody speaks Navajo in Europe, so they couldn't catch the messages for the army. But staying with this point, like just like the Navajo suffering, just like the African Americans or black people suffering more, they are more susceptible for this disease. So people, please be careful when you go out to restaurants, go out to places, and distance yourself really, because this disease is not over. We don't have a cure for it, and I'm very happy people can go back to work, but please distance and do it safely. That's the major thing. Do it safely for yourself, your family, and the whole country, because other countries not going.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yeah, hi everyone again. Thanks very much for doing everything you can to get everybody back to work, and I think economically back on a stable ground, and also emotionally. One of the things I wanted to talk about real quick was in the past couple of days I've talked to 3 different friends who have been really negatively impacted by the shutdown, not so much, definitely economically, but also emotionally and with their mental health. In fact, one shared with me earlier today that he's one of these folks that suffers from depression from time to time, and he mentioned that he probably, if things had gone on much longer, he wouldn't have been around to greet me and have a conversation with me today, which I know him, and I know he's being earnest. So thanks again for getting everything open as much as you can and moving. And I wanted to suggest one other thing. In the report, the City of Torrance CA government on Facebook or whatever, they talk about the number of fatalities. I think it's 46 deaths was the last one that I saw. Maybe it's... But in any case, if they could provide a little bit more color to that, a few of my friends have been very frightened by these statistics. And I think if they had more color on, these folks are in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, and if they had a little bit more information other than 46 deaths, if they understood that a significant proportion, and I think it was something on the order of 40 of them were institutionalized folks that were on hospice or very close to leaving us. It's sad. I think we should try to segment those a little bit so that we can have an information about how things are going in skilled nursing facilities, and also have another statistic that people who are in their 20s, 30s, and 40s can look at and not be frightened. That some of these folks are really, really frightened, and inappropriately frightened, I think, in my mind. I think it's good to be safe and concerned, but there's also a level of inappropriate frightening, and I couple that with my earlier statement. And And again, thank you so much for doing everything that we can to get everybody back working. One of my friends mentioned that not having work added to his depression. So,
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Peter Keller, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm kind of following on Councilman Matucci's questions about recreational activities. I'm just wondering where the plunge fits into this. I'm a lap swimmer. That's my form of exercise. And I know we use the ocean now, the beaches now for exercise. I'm not a confident swimmer. Pools would be more my style. And I think the plunge with the staff and the lifeguards, they would be able to monitor capacity. I know some other municipalities in the state have kind of overridden the health professionals and have allowed to open up pools. I'm just kind of wondering where the plunge fits into all this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, this is Tracy, Park Services Manager. If you'd like me to
I was going to ask you, please.
Good evening. This is Tracy Drake, Park Services Manager, for the question regarding the pool. We are looking at phasing open each of the facilities that have been mentioned tonight. We're preparing for individual and household participation in events. We have been gearing up with the pool. We have been renovating fields. We have been dealing with the backboards and the rims, and we're putting together signs for usage. However, we also have not received any firm date as to when that will occur. All we know for sure is going to be a phased opening or limited opening, and look forward to getting further direction from the county.
Thank you, Tracy.
Your Honor, this is John Jones. Sorry I missed out. My earpiece went down. But regarding the plunge itself, we've been having a lot of discussion with the LA County Parks and Recreation Department, who is developing reopening plans through all these amenities that Tracy had just referenced, including the aquatics facility. So we're hoping that they have given their plans to the county health last Friday, and they're waiting for county health to then provide us the guidelines necessary to be able to reopen the plunge on a limited basis for only lap swimming and perhaps rental of swim lanes only. It's a very limited basis. Showers won't be available, but we are staged and ready, just waiting for LA County Health to give us that direction.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that update. Yeah, call center. We have another.
Yes, Mayor. This is the last caller for item 9E. Jason Hicks, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello, Council. Jason Hicks. I am the president of West Torrance Little League, and I think my message is timely given the way the last few calls have gone. But I'd be remiss if I didn't start by saying what an outstanding job our city leaders have done over the last 3-4 months. It's been remarkable. We've watched from a distance as several other cities fell victim to a couple of catastrophes over the last 90 days. And this group and our police department and our fire department, very, very proud to be a member of Torrance. So I just wanted to start there. I'm calling for what you might expect, and that is that I represent close to 400 families in the West Torrance area, and we've been shut down since the middle of March, and for good reason. I understand the shutdown when it shut down. Baseball is a non-contact sport, similar to tennis, similar to golf, which have both been open, and I've been fielding countless calls from my contingency about why baseball has not been opened. It's not football, it's not soccer, it's not basketball. So I'm sharing some of those questions with you tonight in hopes that I can get some clarity around why we're being lumped in with more contact sports. I have an outstanding relationship and a ton of respect with your community service department, with John and Jason, and those guys have been phenomenal through the years. And I understand it's with the county, and that brings my follow-up question, which obviously the first question, like I said, is why are we being lumped in with contact sports? How can I rationalize that with my families? Baseball is a game of spacing, and understanding, why we're being separated from golf and tennis and included in soccer and basketball is my first question. Second question is, I heard Gavin Newsom, as did several of my families, believe me, I've got the emails to prove it, say recently that we've had that individual municipalities have the opportunity to break off and create their own level of return to open. And I'm trying to understand, given our position with our numbers, and I heard the caller asking about the color around the 46. It's 47 now. My understanding is well over 40 of those are in nursing homes and not your typical 7, 8, 9-year-old Little League player. Why haven't we taken that step to separate ourselves from the county's jurisdiction in this case and allow across the city, 1,500 families back to a baseball field where spacing is the name of the game?
Jason, if I can interrupt you somewhat, this is Mayor Fury. The state of California is the overarching, and the county comes in after that. We cannot do anything less restrictive than the county, and the county can't do less restrictive than the state of California. And we were very fortunate to get a variance for the county of Los Angeles. A lot of help from my colleagues here, as well as colleagues throughout the county, council members and mayors, cajoled, and we worked and showed data to the state of California, and they gave us the variance. They have not yet relaxed it for youth sports. I really have no idea why, but we don't have Major League Baseball right now. You saw what they're talking about with the NBA. They're all going to be playing in one stadium, staying in separate hotels, just playing without fans. It's complicated. It truly is complicated. Little League, and I'm a dedicated volunteer for Little League for more than 30-some years. Little League is not just 9 guys out on the field. It's also snack bars. It's also your stands. It's also the whole gamut of things that happen in baseball, as do softball, as do basketball and hockey and absolutely everything else. But they are coming up with the guidelines, and the guidelines, if it's anything like they're doing in Major League Baseball, there will be no fans there. And I don't know how you do Little League Baseball without fans. You need parents. You need umpires. Absolutely everything there. So it's complicated. It's not as easy as I would like it to be. I certainly agree with you. It's a non-contact sport. At least it's supposed to be. But I just heard one of the Major League Baseball players, Clayton Kershaw, of all people, Mr. Super Nice Guy, said, "I can't believe baseball without spitting." And that's one of the rules that they're coming up with Major League Baseball. And, Clayton Kershaw is a super nice individual, a nice man. I wouldn't even think the word spit comes out of his mouth. He's such a nice guy. But, it is very complicated, and we've been monitoring it. We're advocating for it. I know Little League Baseball is advocating for it as well. And hopefully, this is the first time that Little League World Series is canceled this year. And it's a big thing, like everything else we're canceling or have been canceled this year. But I really appreciate that. Keep tuned. And our guys at the community services are monitoring this as much as we are, and as much as you are probably as well.
Yeah, this is Leroy Jackson. We can reach out and meet with our softball teams and update them as to what we're getting from the county. And we'll talk to them about what we're seeing as guidelines for being able to have sports as we with the county.
And that's important because I think that's the way a lot of the businesses got reopened, is because they, as an industry, they looked at what they could do to make it work and presenting that. And I don't know that youth sports does that. It's all volunteers. So who does that? But maybe with the help and guidance of our Community Services Department, we can certainly give them some pointers on what they might want to do to get back. Hopefully we'll have some baseball, whether it's the Major League level or at the Little League level in a short time period, because I know that's one of the things that everybody considers summer in America. We have no further public comment on this. Would the council like to take a motion to accept and file the COVID-19 recovery update?
Councilmember Kalani, motion to accept and file the COVID-19 recovery update.
Thank
Councilman
you.
Griffith, second.
Griffith. All right.
Second.
I have a motion to second.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to look for hands. Does council wish to take a break at this time, or do you want to power on through the agenda? Hands up for a break. I only see 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll make it 4, so we can we'll take a 5-minute break now. That was the tiebreaker. Okay, we're all back in chambers or at our desks, and we're calling the meeting back to order. And we're moving on to item 9F as in Frank. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak under item 9F, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once per agenda item. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Item 9F is from the City Manager's Office to ratification of public orders from City staff. Mr. Jackson.
Yes, Your Honor. This is bringing forward the actions we took this last several days for the civil unrest public orders number 20203 and 20204, which created and amended and then eliminated the curfew citywide. We'd ask you to take action on those to adopt the resolutions related to them.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. If there are no questions from the council, we'll go to the call line. Has anyone called in for item 9F?
Hi, Mayor. Yes, there are currently 8 callers on the line for item 9F.
Okay, we can lock it in at 8, and they each get 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll begin patching in the callers. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Instead of enforcing rules to control us and limiting our civil rights, I invite you to take a look at yourselves and take a look at the actions in the history of the city and why this quote-unquote civil unrest is occurring. The civil unrest is occurring not simply because of George Floyd, but because of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, because of Michelle Shirley, because of Asa Dulac, because of so many people who've been killed. And I'm just listing the people in Torrance. George Floyd was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. George Floyd was one of many within 400 years. This is why there is civil unrest, as you call it. So instead of putting restrictions on us, put restrictions on police officers by holding them accountable and firing Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Instead of putting restrictions on us, put restrictions on officers when you create a civilian oversight commission to actually hold them accountable. And better yet, put a restriction on the budget by defunding the police department. I have nothing further to say.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller. Ash,
Please.
you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, Mayor and City Council. In discussing the civil unrest within this item, I'm just calling to stand behind the earlier demands that have been made that the City Council seems keen on silencing. Your council needs to address the root causes of these uprisings that specifically affect Black people. Torrance needs to defund and divert funds from the police and instead move to addressing the causes of inequity and disenfranchisement. Militarized police force in communities does not bring protection. Instead, it brings state-sponsored and funded violence. You can loosen some change and start with your own police force. Fire those officers, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, that murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Your lack of action is overt disrespect to his life and legacy. Create a civilian oversight committee that gives additional space for people to address police violence and terrorism that is occurring in your city daily. You can do something about this, and we're sick of seeing this lack of action. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller. Stephanie, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yep. Let's talk about the reason for the civil unrest. People are sick and tired of police killing Black people. Torrance's own police chief Berg said this, quote, "We at the Torrance Police Department are incredibly disturbed and saddened by the death of George Floyd in Minnesota. The actions of the officers are deplorable and violate the public trust we have worked so hard to build within the Torrance community. I find this very hard to believe because every week we come to ask for justice for Christopher, and every week you drive us out of your chambers. You'd like to drive any thought of Christopher from your mind. You'd like to keep your chambers orderly and quiet and sanitized from the pain and destruction in your community. You'd like to drive us out of the conversation. You'd like to imagine that those of us who speak up for Christopher, who say that Black Lives Matter are on the fringes, that we are just a few unimportant voices. But what you're seeing around the country right now reveals that the fight against police violence and the fight for Black lives have been ongoing for years. More and more people are activated to rise up against injustice, and the pressure we put on you will be more, not less. We are sick of your complacency. We are sick of your support for a racist, murderous police department. We are sick of your utter disregard for Christopher's life. We are sick of the way you treat his mother, Sherilyn. We are sick of your faux patriotic and faux Christian pronouncements. We are sick of the platform you give to white supremacists. We are sick of hearing about trivial community matters when Christopher's killers are still walking the streets with guns on their hips. You have to choose a side. Are you for police murder of citizens, or are you against it? Do you applaud the murder of Christopher Mitchell, or do you denounce it? Sitting by with your minds and mouths shut is no longer an option. Chief Berg also says, quote, "We train to de-escalate a situation whenever possible and to only use the amount of force necessary to perform our..."
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her 2 minutes were up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Emily, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
So, you want to talk about civil unrest? It starts because of people like those you employ in your racist, murderous police department. Mayor Fury, you let these words slip out of your mouth earlier today, and they were almost like a side note, and it never ceases to amaze me how inhumane you can be. But you were talking about a, quote, friend of yours who's a doctor, and I'm sure you either spoke for him or he should have his medical license removed, that he is looking forward to the spike in COVID cases after the protest. The protest where we are fighting your racist police department for taking Black lives. Christopher did not deserve to die. He did not deserve to be murdered. And you need to hold your police department accountable for his death. It is not okay that these officers are still working on our streets. They will kill again. But let's face it, Mayor Fury, you really don't care, do you? Fire Matthew Concannon, fire Anthony Chavez, and create a civilian oversight commission. We are so sick of your bullshit.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected herself from the line. I'll move on to the next caller.
Please do.
Cameron, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hey guys, I know you love hearing my voice on a weekly basis. I know that you're really mad right now because so many people are calling in tired of your bullshit, but I'm just here to say the original curfew was bullshit. I know you're not new to criminalizing protests, as it's something you've done to Black Lives Matter and Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family time and time again. It's crazy that you can move so quickly to criminalize people, though, when you can't do the shit that we've been asking you since 2018. That's super simple. Fire racist murderers that work for you. Create a civilian oversight commission. I also want to remind you why there was civil unrest. Like your officers, Minneapolis PD murdered George Floyd in cold blood for being black, just like they did with Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Were you that scared of black folks rising up that you need to criminalize those out after a certain time? You think people are going to come smash the Alamo Mall or something? Ridiculous. I also noticed in the revolutions that it said it was to protect life and property. Torrance has never cared about protecting lives. The way you carried it out was actually the exact opposite, by giving your police more excuses to arrest people. That's an extreme health risk to black people in your city, since your cops are hell-bent on brutalizing and murdering them. Let me also add that this civil unrest is continuing, and it won't stop until cops like yours are held accountable or gone completely. And one more thing. Defund the police, bitch.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected herself from the line. I'll move on to the next caller. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello again. This is Andy Porchop. I'm a little bit confused because I thought I called in for 9F, the ratification of public orders. So I'm going to speak on this one. You know, guys, I criticize you a lot, but in this case, I have to tell you, even I don't like curfews, I appreciate it. We had a curfew because what I saw on TV, see all the looters, all the people who were agitating and causing violence on the street of Los Angeles and Santa Monica, and beat up and destroy people's property on the streets, the shops and everything. That is not protest to me. Protest to me when you're not violent, when you don't loot, when you don't break people's stuff who nothing to do with your cause, or you think they should do. But anyway, I commend you to protecting our city and my stuff and everybody's stuff. I have junk only, but I like my junk. I don't want people to take it or break it. So it was a good idea, the curfew, because it was a reason for it, because people were breaking in stores and ruining people's businesses and stuff, and made things worse. Not talking about spreading the coronavirus. I love to protest. I love to speak up. I love America because you can speak up here and don't get punished for it. But looting and violence is not my piece of bread or bowl of soup.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. We have one more caller on the line for item 9S.
Thank you.
Mary Ann, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. I want to uphold everything that the caller said, with the exception of Andy, who oftentimes has really good points. I think he's a little misguided or a little bit off topic in this case. But I do appreciate him in general. I want to say that, brutality is a response of the inept. And I see you acting I've witnessed this for a year and a half of acting with ineptitude. You resist acting morally and responsibly in a way that really confounds me. I have personally been subject to your actions and how you operate in quelling voice, in quelling, in stifling people who are acting in their own civil rights to speak. Nonviolent protesters met with violence. And honest to God, I am horrified at what this looks like when you unleash it, what I've seen in your chambers week after week after week and been subjected to the whole city. It's freaking get it together and understand what's happening here and take an opportunity to act with some kind of morality and listen to what is going on and correct your shit. It's an opportunity. When all this goes down and you look on the other side, all you're going to be is the heap of mess that is contributing to...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her 2 minutes were up. Thank you.
Thank you. That public comment portion of this item is now over. To the city clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2020-46, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying civil unrest public order number 2020-3, amending the hours of a curfew citywide. The second one? I'm sorry?
And the second one?
The second one is resolution number 2020-47, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying civil unrest public order number 2020-4, amending the hours of a curfew citywide.
So we need a motion to affirm the actions and to adopt two resolutions. Councilmember Griffith. I hear you. Councilmember Griffith. Apparently has no sound. Councilmember Chen?
Mayor, I move to adopt resolutions 2020-46 and resolution 2020-47.
Do we have a second?
Councilmember Goodrich, second.
Thank you. Now we have a motion and a second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, now we're moving on to item 9G as in George. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak under item 9G as in George, please call the public hotline now at 310-618-2404. Item 9G is from Finance to accept and file investment reports for January 2020, February 2020, and March 2020. From staff.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Fury and members of the City Council. Chris Oshie here with Finance. Item 9G is to accept and file the January, February, and March 2020 investment reports. These reports were previously scheduled to go to Council earlier this year. However, due to the cyber incident and COVID-19 constraints, these reports were deferred. Just a quick summary. Total funds ending balance went from $175 million in January and decreased to $167 million in March. The city had $64.9 million invested in LAIF in January and February, and decreased to $62.5 million in March. We did see the LAIF rate continue to decrease from 1.967% in January and went down to 1.787% in March, which is an 18 basis point swing to the downside. Overall, the portfolio yielded 1.973% in January and went down to 1.913% in March. We did not have any purchases from January through March. In February, we had 3 redemptions with 1 call and 2 maturities, which totaled $3.2 million. And in March, we had 2 redemptions with 2 calls, totaling $1.2 million. Staff is available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Hopefully I'm able to be heard okay. I think when I called back in, I got muted by the call center. I think is everybody okay hearing me now? Okay. I don't have any question on the reports, but I was just curious. I noticed on all 3 of the reports listed here, none were signed by the city treasurer. And I'm also curious to know if the city treasurer has or is attending any of the finance committee meetings.
The city treasurer, this is Eric Chow. The city treasurer has been attending the investment committee meetings, and she has been, sent all the staff reports for her comments and review.
Great. I appreciate the update. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? I see none. Then we'll go to the call center. Has anyone called in on item 9G as in George?
Yes, Mayor. I see 3 callers on the line at this time.
Let's lock them in, and we'll give them 3 minutes each.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Okay. Hello, everybody. Back again. Thank you for giving me my 3 minutes. All right. I was going to complain about because recently I never did not see these financial reports, and it's good to see we have some money. And my previous talk, when I asked once, we have $130 million in the bank, basically, or invested. This is very good for now because it's going to be a big ditch in the income. So now you can use your funds, and you can keep up the services for the people. And maybe at my first comment, I was because I had 2 minutes, I was disturbed about the time limitation. What I was going to say is, instead of not hiring policemen, policemen can pitch in to help out the other policemen or hire more policemen, because now the time coming when we need really policemen, honest policemen who are doing the job. And I hope this whole COVID not going to be as bad as it looked like, and the city going to have income and do the services what they can do. But the only thing your income is the people's tax-paying money, and if they apply for services and this and that. So I urge the city to sit down and don't fire people, keep the jobs, but you can reduce the salaries, the wages, and the overtime. Because it's hard to see, you don't hire enough policemen, but one policeman like Mr. What's his name, Scott, he makes $480 million, and then we cannot hire extra or more policemen, but we need it. This is going to be the time when we need people for the city to be hired. And we already, be saving money, you ruin the, the Treasury Department. And I saw that this person, Ashi, who was just talking, he's going to get $30,000 less. So he got a paycheck reduction, so everybody could get a paycheck reduction and keep our city working and use up our savings, because incomes for the city for a past year or two, it's going to be falling. And hopefully not longer time. And the policemen and the firemen also should distance as much as they can and wear the masks. I know I hate the mask.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up. It appears that there is just one more caller on the line at this time. Would you like me to patch him through now?
Yes, please.
David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yeah, hi everyone. On page 2 of the 9G report, in the March 2020 investment report section, it talks about there being 166 million total, which included investments of 160 cash of 6 million, and it talks about a decrease of the 7.3 million. Now, is that due to city expenditures, or is that due to investment decrease?
Yeah, so that decrease, we did have a backlog of transactions because we were hit with a cyber attack in early March. So I think you're referring to March, if I'm correct?
That's correct. And I'm particularly, if you're talking about transactions, are those city expenditure transactions, or is that investment?
No, that's actually money coming in, checks coming in from the citizens. We had a backlog to be entered into the system and deposited into our account. That's why you're seeing a decrease in the account there.
Why would there be a decrease What's the decrease from? Where were the expenditures? What were the expenses?
They're not expenditures. They're money coming into the city, so they're revenue. It's just a time difference. So you'll see in the following month that they got deposited then, but because we had that cyber attack, we were down for a bit. So you're not seeing them deposited in March, but you're seeing them deposited in the following month.
Okay. Is that 7.3 million? Does that show up somewhere else in the document where we can see that a little bit more clearly?
7.3.
There another
what exact number are you referring to?
That on page 2 in the overview section, it talks about the March 2020 investment report.
Yes,
Right.
the report itself does not deal, this is Leroy Jackson, does not deal with the actual elements of income. Sometimes we reflect them in the report in bringing up speed on significant movements, such as property tax or make-up sales tax. But it's really dealing with money that we have already here that we're investing and how we invest it. How it comes in or how it goes out isn't as focused for this report as our financial reports, which we give you rather regularly.
How would I get more information on this if I wanted to probe into this a little bit more?
This is Eric Chow. You can call.
Okay, I can call. Okay, another thing, too, is I see some investment opportunities.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up.
I certainly hope he takes advantage and calls and speaks to Mr. Sal, who can explain all of that to him offline. It's certainly not something you get crossed in 3 minutes, that's for darn sure. That concludes our public call-in time. And if there's no further questions from the council, I'll take a motion to accept and file this investment records reports. Councilmember Tucci.
Yes, I would like to move that we accept and file this investment report.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen was second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Machuchi?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9H, Lake and Harry. If there are members of the public who would like to speak under item 9H, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. 9H is from Finance to adopt a resolution establishing the 2020 Statement of Investment Policy. From staff.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Again, Chris Oshie here with Finance. Item 9H is to adopt a resolution and establish the 2020 investment policy. The purpose of the investment policy is to establish guidelines for investing, which meets the city's objectives. A couple updates to the 2020 investment policy, where we updated the language to add investment officers and give authority to also have control over city funds. We updated the credit ratings to reflect current language by the National Recognized Statistical Rating Organization. And we removed the dollar amount maximum allowed to be invested in LAIF and updated to allow city funds to be invested in LAIF according to the maximum allowed by state policy. With that, that is the rule for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oshie. Are there any questions from the council? I see none, so we'll take it to the call center. Are any members of the public have called in on item 9H as in Harry?
Yes, Mayor. There are 2 callers on the line at this time.
Again, we'll lock them in, 3 minutes each.
Mayor, I apologize. Looks like 2 additional callers just came in after those for a total of 4.
Okay, 4 and 3.
Okay, thank you. Marissa, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. Hi, I'm calling in with the 64% that is going to quote-unquote public safety to address my concern about that as a Torrance resident. I don't know what public safety means and why we need 64% to go to police when we should be defunding it.
I'm sorry, ma'am. This is not item 9H. 9H is to adopt a resolution establishing 2020 Statement of Investment. So your call is not relevant. We'll go to the next caller, please.
Okay, Mayor. I will move on to the next caller. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, this is Andy Bolchuk again. I want to talk about this item. I hope I'm right. I'm talking about 9H. This is very interesting. The thing has to be tweaked again because you tweaked it in 1992 when the treasurer was investing badly. He did not do it, but the guy who invested did it. That Robert, who retired with full paychecks and full benefits, and the city paid his medical bill because he went cuckoo too. But I don't blame him. At least the guy did the rap. I don't know the guy name who got 18 years for it. Anyway, that guy, made the city poorer, $6 million back then. It's almost $20 million right now. And unfortunately, if I could hear about it, what is the reason now tweak this investment policy again, because it was tweaked in 1992? Is that the result of that you guys got rid of basically the finance, not the finance department, the treasury department, and basically we don't have any treasury department, so then you're gonna give it. I did not have time to go through all this paperwork tonight, hundreds of pages, the whole thing. But why do we have to change the rules again? Just so Mr. Sao and Mr. Jackson can do more, because I'm still upset about it. Our Treasury Department so-called disappeared. We don't have a Treasury Department. We have a treasurer and somebody, this Mr. Yoshi, or Ashi, I'm sorry. So this is again, looks to me a big BS. I just don't understand it. Why do we have to tweak it? So we got rid of whoever we did not like that in the Treasury Department, and the whole Treasury Department destroyed it. We destroyed it, and then the tweaking who's going to invest. And by the way, what are we investing? You don't invest right now. We don't have money. You don't have money. My daddy told me, if you don't have money, don't invest it. You don't have an income. What you going to invest, by the way? How much you going to invest and where and what for? We need money what we use up. We cannot afford to invest money when we cannot pay our city employees, and we don't hire 137 people back. We have 134 vacant jobs in Torrance, and we're going to invest.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. There is just one more caller on the line for this item. The fourth caller dropped, so I'll patch the final caller in now.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello, everybody. Thanks so much for accepting my call. I'll open a man a few words. I'd just like to say, well, I'm in the same position as Andy. If there is being cuts on the vacant positions for the police officers, I don't understand why they're doing the investments for money that we do not have. It's just it lacks common sense to allocate money that we do not have. We should use the monies that we have now for the needs of the city. I don't understand. This should not even be considered or put on the table. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir.
There are no other callers on the line for this item, Mayor. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Now the public comment portion of this item is over. City Clerk, may we have the number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-48, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, establishing the 2020 Statement of Investment Policy in accordance with certain guidelines.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion by the council? If not, I'll take a motion to concur as well as a motion to adopt Resolution 2020-48. Councilmember Matucci.
Your Honor, I move that we concur and adopt Resolution 2020-48.
Councilmember Griffith.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Second. Councilmember Griffith put his hand up like this.
It's fine.
Councilwoman Ashcraft is the second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9I as in Isaac. If there are members of the public who wish to speak under item 9I, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. Item 9I is from the police to provide an update on the civil unrest emergency and response from staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Eve Berg, Police Chief. I am here to provide an update on the civil unrest and response. On May 30th, as we're all aware, Governor Newsom proclaimed a state of emergency to exist in the County of Los Angeles and the City of Los Angeles, attributed to some civil unrest. Further, the city manager issued a proclamation that a local emergency existed throughout the city of Torrance. Our EOC was opened and activated at that point. As a public safety response, the leadership of the Torrance Police Department implemented a tactical deployment on Sunday, May 31st at 6 p.m. And basically what a tactical deployment means is that it initiates a reorganization of the department for maximum field deployment to include the extension of the workday to 12-hour work shifts, so 12 hours on, 12 hours off, and the cancellation of all days off and vacations. During the first 12 hours of the tactical deployment, the police department made 24 arrests of individuals who were either in possession of suspected stolen property from looting in surrounding cities. And how do we know that? Many of them that we arrested told us where they had just come from, and they had the stolen property with them, or they had come to Torrance for likely purposes of committing theft. Additionally, during the next 4 days of the police tactical deployment, a total of 50 arrests were made. To further protect the commercial property and the infrastructure within our city limits, precautionary measures were also taken to harden the Del Amo Fashion Center as a potential target for vandalism and looting. So we ended up closing the mall with hard barricades and buses, as somebody mentioned earlier in one of the calls, for all of the mall's egress and ingress points. I want to note that we had multiple protests in the last week, and every one of them were peaceful. We had some that rallies that were 800 people, and all were peaceful, with no police interaction at all. Finally, on June 6th, we deactivated the tactical deployment. We are now on a modified schedule, which means that we're back to our 3 shifts. However, we have enhanced patrol staffing to ensure the public safety. And we will revisit that at the end of this week to determine if we need to continue modified staffing or we need to take different action. And that is my report, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions from the council? I see Mr. Matucci.
Well, it's not much of a question, just more of maybe a comment. I just want to really emphasize how important our police department is to keeping the peace here in Torrance. So I really want to say thank you to all of you, and that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually echo the same sentiments of Councilman Matucci. I want to thank Chief Berg and your whole team and all the safety responders, and thank you for being proactive in keeping our community safe, our property safe.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, it's time for public comment. On the call center, do we have anybody who has called in for item 9I?
Yes, Mayor, there are currently 10 callers in the queue for item 9I.
Okay, lock it in, and they're 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Mayor. Stephanie, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, I just wanted to disagree with Councilman Matucci and Councilman Chen. I do not think that the Torrance police do a good job of keeping the peace and maintaining peace and protecting the people. Every time I've ever had an encounter with Torrance police, they have escalated, they have created danger, they have attacked and injured people, they have used weapons on unarmed people, they have taken peaceful protests, they have taken protests of words and standing still and put on riot gear and swarmed the room and created an atmosphere of fear and of actual physical danger. My children have seen it. I have seen it. We know what you do. You incite violence. You, Torrance police, entering a situation makes it worse, makes it more destructive, makes it more violent. That's the truth. I'm done.
Thank you for your thoughts.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Cameron, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
There are so many things. Y'all have to admit how foolish it looks. Having buses around Del Amo, you were that scared. You looked so idiotic and stupid, and it was hilarious. Also, how did y'all arrest people who were, quote, unquote, likely going to commit a theft? Is this the Minority Report or something? Like, I really don't get that. And also, it's absolutely crazy and disgusting that groups bigger and no more peaceful than us were considered peaceful by your cops and didn't need cops in riot gear. They were yelling. That's all we ever do is yell. We were just as peaceful as them every week we went. Your cops have beaten and arrested protesters who are just like the ones that have been outside for the last few weeks, except the ones who were beaten and arrested were black. I even have a video of one of your cops asking a 12-year-old if he wants to go to jail for simply standing with us. A 12-year-old who wasn't even yelling. He was just standing there. Your cops are absolutely disgusting and abhorrent and don't know how to deal with quote-unquote civil unrest. And the civil unrest won't stop, baby, until you guys do the shit we're demanding you. Your police fucking suck. You suck. Defund the police. Goodbye.
Thanks for sharing.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello, everybody again. I'm going to speak on the civil unrest emergency and response. So, I think, not talking about the causes, talking about the civil unrest and the looting and the violence, I have to congratulate the City of Torrance Fire Department on this issue, because my windows are still not broken, the stores are not looted in Torrance, so the response was good. So I criticize the police department, I criticize everybody, as you can see, but I'm talking on this matter because you cannot go to people and beat up people just because you have a problem with the government, or you have a problem with the police department, or you have a problem with the city government. That doesn't give you the right to beat up people, to loot stores, and whatever. So this was a very good reactive thing what the Torrance Police Department did in this case. I congratulate them. We don't have looted stores, we don't have people beaten up, we don't have broken residences, and the only thing is, like, you don't have to say that Torrance is so safe city. Here at PCH at Enza, an old lady was beaten up and robbed by 3 white skateboarders. And we need police to catch these guys, and everybody who does acts like that. I'm old now, and I'm afraid to go on the streets because I'm vulnerable. I was beaten up on a parking lot like 6 months ago, and I did not get the police service what I requested.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Mary Ann, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, thank you. I want to acknowledge that, first of all, the chief's report was a little muddled in what I was hearing, and I'm really thinking about what she didn't say in what constitutes unrest, really. And I'm thinking about the average bear who's listening to this, who doesn't understand how y'all respond. I know that I absolutely don't trust that the way that you respond, your PD response, is acceptable. And I honestly believe that they incite and cross lines, primarily because I've experienced that over and over and over. And that's, kind of what's going on across the country in general and being revealed. So you are being revealed right now. And what you are talking about, you are actually inviting. When we have protests and we speak up, we're speaking up against you specifically. You are not responding to the demands that we're making to fire the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You are not creating a civilian oversight commission. You are not acting responsibly to public interest and to basic human concerns and public safety. So, whatever loud response you get is deserved. And I'm deeply concerned about how you all respond to this, because all I've seen is violence and incitement and escalation, which, by the way, is why police de-escalation trainings never work. You kind of are emblematic of that example. An example is emblematic of that problem. So, yeah.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Maddie, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, I'm calling because I agree with everyone that spoke before me except Andy, because honestly I don't really understand what he's saying, and he's been talking every single time for this whole meeting. But I'm concerned and I'm scared by your actions. I don't know where your humanity is. Where is your humanity that you can not only fire the 2 police officers that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, but also honor them? They were honored. You need to fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. They need to be fired. They deserve to be fired, and they deserve to be charged for what they did. I'm 23, and so was Christopher DeAndre Mitchell when he died. There was no reason for him to die. We will not stop talking about this until you do something about it. It's unimaginable that you can sit there and do nothing while people are being murdered at the hands of police. We need to defund the police. This is a huge issue, and the fact that you're not taking it seriously or that it's not relevant to you, excuse me, Mayor, is a problem. And your behavior towards people that are bringing these up, it doesn't seem important to you at all. That needs to change, and we won't stop talking about it until it does. Police are not keeping the peace. They're inciting violence. Looting didn't happen until there was a very small percentage of looting, and the majority was peaceful protesting, and that's not talked about at all. I don't know why we needed police in riot gear and why they were inciting more hatred and egging on protesters that were trying to just do it peacefully. These are all things that we need a civilian review board in the case of police misconduct. We need that, and we need the firing and the prosecution of Chavez and Concannon immediately.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
I find it interesting that you don't want to listen to our supposed repetitive comments when this repetition is indicative of what an intelligent person would call a pattern, which would require a responsible person, particularly a supposed leader, to take action. This is the case even more so considering the fact that we live in a democracy. You work for us, you serve us. So you must first listen to us and then move accordingly. Defund the police. Let the record reflect and public be made aware that this pattern was not limited to callers, but also to emails. Almost 80 emails were sent demanding justice for Christopher. 2 expressed general support for Black community, and 34 were calling on the defunding of the police or for police reform. Listen to those you are supposed to serve, as democracy demands, as the oath you took demands. I find it absurd that you say that callers are off topic when talking about the budget and defunding police. Then you cut off public comment, silencing us once more. You said that people were repeat callers when they were clearly different people. How did you determine that? By their names, their phone numbers? This meeting and the conduct of you theory with your comment about wanting valid callers is virtue signaling, dismissive, and gaslighting. The only thing that is not valid is the city's lack of action, police violence, and the continued miscarriage of justice when you dare to utter George Floyd's name. Theory, how dare you say that you are looking forward to a spike in COVID-19 cases? I knew you were cold-hearted, but damn, I know you got to be sick of us. We are definitely sick of you, so do us all a favor. Fire Matthew Concannon, fire Anthony Chavez, and create a civilian oversight commission. How many times do we have to tell you? We're going to keep telling you until you do it. So you might as well just do it and get rid of us. And hell will rain upon your city, and we will only grow in numbers. We do not die. We multiply. So it makes no sense for you to continue on this torture.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Carly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi. I'm going to ask a few questions. Please respect my limited time by quickly raising your hand if you agree. The live stream is, of course, delayed, so I will leave it to my fellow citizens to call you out on your answers or lack thereof. So, who in the council acknowledges that Torrance PD officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon fatally shot Torrance citizen Christopher DeAndre Mitchell? Which of you vow to immediately launch an investigation into this case? Which of you vow to fire the officers responsible? How about prosecute them? Which of you vow to take immediate action to create a civilian oversight commission of the police department to review this case and all other police misconduct by the Torrance Police Department? And which members plan to research ways in which to defund TPD and reallocate their funds to public services that can help our community? Mayor Fury, I'm not sure if you raised your hand. I expect that you didn't. After you said that the repeated calls on the council to defund the police and investigate the murder of Christopher Mitchell as off-topic and a waste of time is not only insulting, it is a gross example of your disregard for the opinions of your constituents. Yes, your job may be difficult, but you are elected by the people to take action on our behalf. Step one is listening and doing so respectfully. With the rest of my time, I would like the council to answer the question on what they will be doing in the following days in response to the calls for investigating the murder of Christopher Mitchell and defunding TPD.
Mayor, it appears that caller has disconnected herself from the line. I'll move on to the next caller. Chris, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello, yes. Thank you for taking my call. First, I'd like to thank everybody, those who are serving in the council, and Jay Fury. I understand that during this time is very difficult, but I also want to say that just a few recommendations to kind of deal with everything as emotions are high. I would recommend perhaps listening and understanding. I think there is a lack of empathy. I don't know your hearts, but the way you're responding to other people during this time, I don't think it's really great on your part, given the fact that you are elected by the people. I don't agree with the funding the police department. I think we should have more oversight in the Torrance Police Department. I myself have been discriminated against. I'm not black, but I'm Hispanic, and I definitely do follow on the philosophy of who watches the watchman, and I believe that everybody is capable of great evil and great good. And so there is no accountability, especially for police that do have power, then we should definitely oversee that, and I think that would benefit everybody else. With regards to just more so the funding the police, I don't agree with it, but I definitely understand, and my heart goes out to the families out there that have lost people. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, there is one more caller on the line for item 9I. Elke, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that I was impressed and I was relieved to see actions taken to protect Del Amo Fashion Center, and as well as the implementation of curfew this past week by the city of Torrance. I also want to thank you all, to all the employees, every single person that's a part of the city of Torrance, because you had to work as a team to make all of that happen. And you, according to the internet stats, there are 145,198 residents here in the city of Torrance, and that makes up the city of Torrance. So I just want to say thank you, and that includes the police department. I saw the images of what happened in the city of Santa Monica, city of Los Angeles. I even saw looters trying to enter homes, as well as across the United States of America, destruction, assault, people being killed. So I want to thank you all, every single person, city of Torrance, police department, fire, city council, all of you. Thank you for taking action and keeping that destruction and violence from penetrating into the city of Torrance. Thank you for keeping us all safe. And I yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am.
There are no additional callers on the line for this item, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The public comment on this portion of the agenda is now over. There's no further discussion by council. I'll take a motion to accept and file. Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, I move to accept and file item 9I.
Councilmember Griffith.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 10, hearings. If any members of the public want to speak on item 10A, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. Item 10A is from Public Works to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution regarding City of Torrance Lighting District number 99-1 from city staff. Steve Fenton.
Yes, hi, Steve Fenton, Public Works.
I knew you were waiting.
I am. I've been waiting.
Torrance Lighting District 99. You need to open the public hearing first.
Okay, now is the time. Sorry, Steve. The script wasn't in order. Now is the time and place for the public hearing on agenda item 10A related to City of Torrance Lighting District number 99-1. At this time, we'll take community input concerning the levy of assessments for fiscal year 2020 to 2021 within the district. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation? Now, Mr. Fenton.
Yes, there is, Your Honor. Steve Fenton, Public Works Department. Torrance Lighting District 99-1 pays for street lighting citywide through assessments on properties in the city. On May 12th, 2020, City Council approved resolutions initiating proceedings, approving the engineer's report, and indicating the city's intention of levying assessments for fiscal year 2021, and setting the public hearing for this evening. Adoption of the resolution before you tonight would order the assessments to be levied for fiscal year 2021. The assessments are the same as they were last year and the same as they've been since 2008. Single-family residential properties would again be assessed $20.50 in fiscal year 2021 or $1.71 per month. Assessments paid by property owners would pay for special benefits of street lighting only. The cost of the district in fiscal year 2021 is estimated at $2,999,843, which is a $22,240 increase from fiscal year 1920. And these increases are due to anticipated increases in labor costs. Assessment revenues are projected to be $1,386,437 in fiscal year 2021, or about $13,000 more than last year. This is due to parcel changes and additions. The balance of district costs would be funded by gas tax funds and airport enterprise funds in the amount of $1,567,824 through the fiscal year 2021 budget. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Fenton by the council? Seeing none, we'll open it up to the public, to the call center. Has anyone called in on item 10A?
Yes, Mayor, there are 3 callers on the line at this time for item 10A.
Okay, we have 3 callers. Lock it in, and 3 minutes each.
Okay, 3 callers at 3 minutes each. Thank you. We'll start patching them in. James Henry, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Good morning, City of Torrance. I have good news and bad news. First, the good news, the amount of the city's contribution special benefit has been reduced by $95,264 over the last 2 fiscal years, largely thanks mainly to me. More good news, I have not changed my name yet to Concerned Citizen, as in the April 12, 2019 Daily Breeze article on this assessment titled Mistake Leads to Tax Break for TUSD, the second to last paragraph. Now for the bad news. The city has to take money out of the gas tax fund, $1,546,406 to subsidize the lighting district assessment. More bad news, the city has to take money out of the airport enterprise fund, $67,000 to subsidize the lighting district assessment. More bad news, that the County of Los Angeles has not paid the city of Torrance for the last 2 fiscal years for the amount billed to them for the lighting district, a total of $697.04, not including the 10% penalty. More bad news, the County of Los Angeles has not paid their obligation to the city for the lighting district expense for the fiscal years 2013 and 2014, a total of $622.10, not including the 10% penalty. Prior to the fiscal year end 2013, there could be more unpaid billing for the County of Los Angeles pertaining to the lighting district. I hope you consider these facts when you're voting on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor.
Please.
Chris, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, thank you. The man before me said everything I needed to say. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll move on to the final caller for item 10A. David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yeah, hi, everyone. With regards to the lighting, whatever improvements are being done there, I would like to suggest that the intensity of the lights in neighborhoods be brought down a little bit, and or additional shrouding being placed around the light, because one thing I have noticed is that the lights start to intrude on personal property and start to be very visible through the windows instead of just lighting up.
David, excuse me, but we're talking about the lighting district. We're not talking about the quality of the product that's being provided to you by Edison.
Oh, I thought that these were the lights that were placed inside of neighborhoods as well as the streets as well, the main streets.
So the street lights are the lights that Edison provides. We pay the bill on it, but it's their poles.
Oh, I understand.
We pay this.
Okay, all right,
this is the electric bill we pay on it.
Okay, yeah, this probably doesn't apply, but if that input helps, I know that residences are sometimes impacted by the additional LED lighting that's been put in. Thanks again. Take care. Thanks. Sorry for the misunderstanding.
Thank you, sir. Call center, that's it?
Yes, Mayor, there are no additional callers on the line. Thank you.
Okay, with no more callers on the line, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing. Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, I move to close the public hearing. Councilmember Goodrich seconds.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Aye.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. City Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-49, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, confirming a diagram and assessment for fiscal year 2020 to 2021 in connection with the City of Torrance Lighting District number 99-1, pursuant to the provisions of the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, Part 2 of Division 15 of the California Streets and Highways Code, and as provided by Article 13D of the California Constitution.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion by the council before we move forward? If not, I'll take a motion to concur as well as to adopt Resolution 2020-49. Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, I move to concur and also to adopt Resolution 2020-49.
Thank you.
Councilmember Goodrich seconds.
We have a motion and a second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. That takes us to, this time we'll move on to item 13, oral communication. For any member of the public that wish to speak on items not on the agenda, please call the phone number on your screen, 310-618-2404. Staff is standing by for our call center to queue up our callers. Again, I'm going to say City Council Rules of Order Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once per agenda item. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Oral communications is limited to a 30-minute period of time. Each speaker will have as many minutes as I allocate according to how many people have been signed, and then the system will automatically disconnect the call. Government Code Section 54954.3BF allows the City Council to limit the total amount of time on each agenda item and for each individual speaker. To the call center, do we have any people who are signed up?
Yes, Mayor, we have approximately 10 calls at this time.
Okay, we'll take 10 calls at 2 minutes each.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll lock it in.
Okay. Courtney Davidson, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. So I just want to say it's amazing how quickly the people who looted were prosecuted, while the police officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell are not only still free, but still employed by the city of Torrance a year and a half later. I implore you to prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and to fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and to create a civilian oversight commission, as many callers have already said tonight. And Mayor, I'm sorry if that's getting repetitive for you, but it's just that drone of voices is only growing as this movement is gathering steam. So I implore you to do the right thing. It's not only the right thing, but what you need to do if you want to stay in office, because people are watching. So thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for sharing.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller. Hannah Kreisworth, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi there. Hi there. My name is Hannah. I am actually a third-generation Torrance resident. So, Councilman Matucci, you are incorrect when you say that there aren't Torrance residents calling in. My family has been part of the arts in Torrance for as long as I can remember, Daily Breeze, high school art teacher, etc. Why don't we fund those programs instead? I know for a fact that Torrance Theater Company isn't funded as much as they should be. I think the arts are so much more important than funding the police, which you've been doing the majority of the time. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell died because of your incompetence. You did not do anything about it. You have not arrested. You have not fired the policeman. How dare you? I have been to the protests. in front of the Torrance Plunge, and they are so peaceful. I don't know why people are talking about why they have to protect Torrance from these dangerous looters when all you do is put these buses around Del Amo Mall. What do you think that's going to do? Take the time to fund things that matter. Fund public housing. Fund the arts. Fund public transit. There's no reason for you to be funding the police as much. Again, I've lived in Torrance my whole life. Torrance is a really peaceful town. And even then, you just continue to fund the police to this amount. So, I don't know. I yield my time. Whatever, man.
Whatever.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller. David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thanks again for doing all the great work in Torrance in terms of when we had some of these problems. A lot better response. I know that the Black Lives Matter protest was very peaceful, and a lot of the South Bay community protests were very peaceful compared to Santa Monica and Los Angeles and other areas. So again, thanks for doing all a great work there in terms of keeping things peaceful and the right response. That said, I implore each one of you guys to continue working with the police to continually improve the way that things are done within Torrance, and continue to make them even better, because there's always opportunities for improvement. Also, I'd like to ask a question. I think it's obvious, but if the police were defunded, would we still have police services?
I have no idea what the meaning of defunding means, sir.
Okay, so the way
it's a throwout term right now that's getting a lot of traction.
Yeah, I keep hearing it.
Minneapolis said they were doing away with their police department. So let's see what happens.
I heard that, and it's really disturbing to me, the idea of anybody suggesting that we defund, because that means having no police. And
I don't see them getting any traction in our community.
Yeah, I totally disagree with any anarchy or any removing the police force. I think that's absolutely ridiculous, and anybody that's suggesting that, it really detracts from our cause to create peace and.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 2 minutes was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thanks.
Cameron, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
I'm back. I know how much you miss hearing my voice all the time. About the last call, dude, Patrick, maybe if you read a book that wasn't written by a white man about politics, then you would understand politics better and sides that are different than yours. I don't know, you kind of sound really stupid. Maybe you need to do more research, because I have no idea why you're the mayor if you're this dumb. But whatever. I'm calling in solidarity with Black Lives Matter and Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family in their demands that Matthew Concanon and Anthony Chavez be fired, and that there is a civilian oversight commission over the police department, which is really small demands. Considering how disgusting your police department is and has always been, I love to bring up the fact that NWA wrote "Fuck the Police" about your cops because they were racially profiling them, and that your cops used to say the N-word on the radio when referring to black people in your town, and that your cops have a consistent record of brutalizing and murdering black people in your town. That's an issue. That's something you should be concerned about. Your police are somehow worse than LAPD, which is really difficult, dude. They stole Christopher's life within 15 seconds of complying and then edited video footage and later had to release the unedited footage. Your cops cannot have absolute power over your citizens. We need safety in Torrance. And Matucci, that was bullshit. I literally grew up in Torrance. I also go to school there. I go to school in your stupid town. I've experienced stuff in your town that no one should ever have to experience just because.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because your 2 minutes were up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Wonson, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Wonson Song. I've been a resident of this great city for over 40 years. And first of all, I appreciate all the work that the city council is doing, especially at this late hour. I'm also calling regarding the death of the black individual, Christopher Mitchell. And, you know, I think what we've seen across the nation is a sea change in people witnessing police brutality on a scale that we other than black people, have not experienced directly. And when I heard about his death and the fact that the police officers killed him within 15 seconds of arriving, it just doesn't make sense to me that that happened unless there was brutality, because he was unarmed other than having a toy rifle. And, you know, imagine if you were him, you know, what were you going to do with a toy rifle? You're going to kill a police officer? It just doesn't make sense. So I do urge the city council to look into it further. I think the trust of the police department is critical. And then one additional thing I'd like to say is regarding defunding the police. That does not mean abolishing the police. It means reducing its budget so that it doesn't do things like perform mental health services, support homeless services, be present at schools, but pursue basic police functions. You know, because our police officers are overwhelmed at the moment. So thank you very much. Good night.
Good night, sir.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Sterling, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
I hear a lot of people really concerned about their property and their protection about their property. Where was my son's protection? He was murdered within 15 seconds with his hands up. Imagine you seeing and hearing your son last words saying, "Stop, stop, stop." This hurt. My only son, my only child is gone. It hurts so bad. You have to live with this daily. Daily. De-escalate. Where was that? My son did not deserve to die. And I just want to thank everyone who called in solidarity with me and my son, because Christopher DeAndre Mitchell did not deserve that. And I demand that you fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, because they chose to murder my son. Those are straight cop killers. Because when we fight, we win. And we're going to keep on fighting. So everyone who's out there protesting, please continue to protest. We're going to continue to fight. Let everyone know that we're tired. We're tired of these killer cops murdering our kids and our families. Black lives, we matter here.
Sterling, are you still on the line? Oh, Mayor, it appears she just disconnected herself.
Sounds that way.
Melissa, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi there. I live in Torrance. I'm a resident of Torrance. I am 34 years old. And I am calling because I see this pattern, and I've seen it since last year in the city
council meetings that you check out, you get defensive, and you don't want to listen to your residents when they're telling you that there is a problem with the Torrance Police Department. And I implore you to take this moment and be on the right side of history and really look at the police department, look within yourself, and ask yourself what you're fighting for here. If your residents and your people are saying that they don't feel safe, then you are an elected official, and it's your job to listen to those people. So you better listen to people. I know the police officers are exonerated, but that doesn't mean it gets pushed under the rug because their procedures allow you to do so. So revisit this. Revisit it now. Fire Officer Chavez, prosecute them, fire Officer Concanon, prosecute him, and prosecute all the killer cops on your department. Bottom line. I implore you as well to create a civilian oversight committee and do that later. Why are you still questioning that? Why wouldn't you want to work with your community so that we can look at misconduct within the police department thoroughly? Enough is enough. Do better. Black Lives Matter.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her 2 minutes were up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Anthony Lim, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. Hi, it's me again. I wasn't gonna talk about this, but there was a gentleman saying that how can you kill a guy with a toy gun? Well, I don't think your police at that time were able to tell that it was a toy gun or not. There are many instances where somebody waved a gun, you can't tell if it's a toy or not. And the area was very dark, and there was no way they can tell it's a toy gun. Anyway, regarding the police handling the riot, 24 arrests in 12 hours, wow, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people coming in to cause harm in our city. And Torrance PD kicked butt. They took care of it. And that was an awesome thing to do. The third thing is I heard even some of the people from Black Lives Matter says that the silence is deafening. Yeah, that silence, the deafening is no, we're not doing that. That should be loud. The silence is loud. They say, no, we're not doing the committee, we're not doing all that because they're not useful. You can't, nobody is going to, if you don't know what's going on, how can you judge a person's action? How can you tell what the person's job is like? You know, nobody wants someone who has no clue what you're doing to commemorate you, to tell you whether you're doing good or not. It's impossible. And I thought it was interesting that Mr. Goodrich just happened to go out of our screen when the one of the person was asking y'all to raise hand or not raise hand, that kind of thing.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 2 minutes were up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Beverly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Bev Finley with Torrance Rosefoot Association. I just wanted to remind everyone that we are back to helping out our restaurants in the city who are in turn helping us out. Tomorrow night we're having a fundraiser. Well, actually, it's tomorrow all day from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. at the Fishbone Seafood Grill down at Airport Drive. And they would really appreciate seeing you come in and give them your business so that they can stay afloat, and then they are also going to donate to the Rosefoot Association. So you can help two things just by going to get some lunch or dinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Bev.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller, which is caller number 10. James Henry, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Thank City Clerk Rebecca Portier for her assistance in getting my public records request answered in time for the public hearing on the Lighting District assessment. Thank you very much, City Clerk. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Thank you for the compliment, recognizing our city clerk as the best he is. Is there anybody else on the call center?
Mayor, we do have an 11th caller on the line if you'd like to take the 11th caller.
Oh, please.
Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello, is this me? Who's speaking now? Is it my turn?
Yes, Andy.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to express my disappointment today's meeting. Mr. Mayor started with that limiting the public speaking time. Then after, he's limiting the public number of the public who can speak. And I was bumped from the calling list 3 times. I'm very disappointed. He's a two-faced liar. He wants people to call in after people bumped, after people times limited, and after people's number limited. And then Matucci says that it's not very nice, then he comes back, that's his discretion. Now let me tell you, Mayor, you were elected illegally with a cheat. That's how a big cheat liar is you. Now you can hide, I don't see your face. And you were not prosecuted. You are a criminal without a prosecution, and then you are limiting democracy, you are limiting people's talking time, limiting people who can talk. You call this democracy? This is the United States of America. Freedom of speech. And this is a public meeting. You bump out everybody, limiting times and limiting the numbers. Wake up and resign. Resign now. And go hide. Go turn off your monitor. Disappear from the screen. That's what you should have to do. You should have done it 6 years ago. Then you broke the law. Illegally elected.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 2 minutes were up, and I do not have any other callers on the line for orals. Thank you.
Okay. Well, then we'll bring it up to here. And first one up will be Councilmember Goodrich.
Nothing, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith. Can't hear you, Mike. I guess we'll go to Councilmember Kalani and get back to Griffith.
I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back.
He's plugged in. He's ready to go.
Sorry about that. I only had one thing, and that's really just to congratulate all of our graduates from all our schools here in Torrance. They had a difficult year this year, and we want to hope they have some sort of celebration to make it all worth their while, but I wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Nothing more, Mayor. Just thank you to everybody, and I wish everybody a good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, again, thank you to everybody here in Torrance, including the residents and businesses. We're able to keep a nice community because of everyone. It's not just one individual or just a few individuals. It's everyone. We're all part of a big machine that keeps everything running. And if there's anything that has to do with me making a decision, we will not defund our police department or law enforcement in any way. As a matter of fact, more criminals, more police. That's the only way you keep the peace. So to those of you out there advocating for defunding, not going to happen in Torrance. While I'm here, I'm going to push with everything I have to maintain public safety. That's the number one thing. That's all I have. Good night, everyone.
Councilwoman Ashcroft.
Thank you. I didn't earlier speak when Chief Berg was giving her report, but I do appreciate the police department, every single one of them, as well as our fire and all of our staff. As several of the residents said, everybody worked together as a team, and we came out wonderfully well. Thank you, everyone. The next thing I have is this coming Sunday, June 14th, Torrance Theater Company is doing a performance. It will be online. To find out the particulars and sign up so that you can get in on the meeting, you'll have to go to Torrance Theater Company, their website. Google that, you'll get there. The name of the performance is Slow Food. It will be 6 o'clock p.m. on Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say to everyone, stay safe, especially as we anticipate hopefully opening up more business activities around the city, but also to respect others who may not be quite as ready as some of us. And then the other thing as I was thinking about today's meeting was really take some time, and I really appreciate all the men and women of our country who's come before us and sacrifice, give us freedom that we all enjoy, and really reflect on what is the freedom they really sacrificed for. And I am honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, as we close tonight's agenda, I want to again thank you for your patience with us during these difficult times. An extra special thank you and congratulations to our Torrance graduates. Whether you finished grad school or picked up your bachelor's degree, made it through high school, or just figured your way out of kindergarten, you got it done. Congratulations. I know that graduation is more than just a ceremony. It's a transition that helps us move from one thing to the next. It says goodbye and prepares us to say hello. And unfortunately, complications related to COVID-19 prevented us celebrating in the traditional way. But what cannot be stolen is the milestones. You made the journey, however you chose to mark it, with family and friends or the community. This mountain, large or small, was yours to climb, and you did it. So congratulations, class of 2020. You were part of a class that, like no other, has ever known. Throw that cap, turn that tassel, celebrate, look ahead to the new horizon, because if you can come out victorious after encountering the obstacles thrown at you this year, I am confident you can achieve greatness. Congratulations. We did notice the other day there's so many parades, and the graduation is going to be at the drive-in theater, and there's now lawn signs out, and I'm really concerned that we've really created a new precedent for the next graduates from 2021. They'll be expecting not just the cap and gown and the walk, but they'll be looking at some of these other things that the class of 2020 made to be a new tradition. We continue to live in a state of 2 local emergencies. Our community's response to executive orders, respecting curfew, day-to-day limitations, and peaceful protests has made me very proud. City staff, my colleagues on the City Council, we all appreciate it. This past week, our curfew was lifted, and a number of local organizations demonstrated peaceful protest. While we respect the First Amendment, the safety of our community remains a top priority. We appreciate everyone's respect for our citizens, visitors, and our law enforcement personnel. Our Emergency Operations Center continues to be activated. The team is maintaining heightened awareness, and staff are focused on assessing the situation, preventing a potential incident, and preparing should further action be required. Lord knows we hope not. The police department has deployed extra staffing throughout the city and will be highly visible while enforcing the curfew and to limit lawlessness. All shopping centers within the city are being closely monitored, and mutual aid from surrounding agencies and the National Guard is available as needed, if we need it. We appreciate your feedback and responses to see something, say something. We look into all of it. We research, we verify. If it's valid and pertinent, we share it with the community. I want to remind everyone, get your information from reliable sources. Do your fact checks before you repost to social media. Sign up for Torrance alerts for city information. We're doing our very best to keep you informed and in the know. A number of businesses have reopened as we continue to phase out the safer at home order. Buy local and help our businesses survive this pandemic. To our business community, we understand your frustration and are here to support you. Please don't hesitate to contact us if you have questions regarding reopening your business. We remain in close communication with our local leaders. As a result of the persistent changes to orders continue to change, and we continue to express our desire to get back to business. There is much going on in this world today. It's important to remember that we need to continue to be diligent in our safe health practices. Please mind your space and cover your face. That's the new mantra. Mind your space and cover your face. It's real simple. It's mandatory until orders are updated. Continue to practice healthy hygiene, washing hands often and avoiding mass gatherings. I am very proud of everyone for all of your efforts. Again, thank you for your patience and dedication. Take care and be safe. We'll see you real soon. Mr. Jackson, anything from the staff?
No, Your Honor. Nothing to add.
Okay, then I will take a motion to adjourn this meeting. From one of the members of the council who want to go home. Oh, now I got Councilmember Chen followed by Councilmember Griffith. They just don't want to read this dialogue.
This is Councilman Chen, Mayor, and I move that we adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, June 16, 2020, at 5:30 p.m. for a closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. in compliance with Governor Newsom's executive order N-2920, which suspended most portions of the Brown Act. Members of the City Torrance Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable Channel 3 Spectrum and Channel 31 on Frontier, over the air on 25.2, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable.
Councilman Griffith, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. We'll see you next week. In the meantime, mind your space and cover your face.